This is the regular. Good evening, everybody. This is the special meeting for Wednesday, December 8th, 2021. Leon, is there any continuing applications? All right. Then as far as approval of the minutes for the planning board meeting for November 10th, 2021. Has everybody read it? And does anybody see any changes or modifications? I just had one in my vote. Page 9. Just line.
Yeah, it's a minor one on page 5 as well. Second or third paragraph, right in the middle of the top of that paragraph, Mr. Munch, continue invoicing. It was just continue voicing.
Okay.
Do we have a motion by anybody to?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes with the 2 changes.
Second, look. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? So, number 3, application of Quidditch Country Club, Inc., AP 27, Lot 1, 95 West Main Road, approval of final plan decision for minor 4-lot subdivision.
Yeah, on this one, I was present for the planning board meeting, but I recused myself. So we could have that noted in the motion that I did not vote, I was recused, see any correction I would see in this.
That would have to be corrected in the minutes, too, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I think the minute showed I recused, I did look.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, Mr. Chappelle, are you here on that for James?
I'm here for number 6.
Number 6, but for number 4.
No, that's not.
Oh, I'm sorry, number 3.
It's just the final.
Yeah, I just don't know if anybody was here. Wanting to hear for it. Okay, so I guess just we're here to just say that we approve the final decision,
The written decision.
the written decision.
So I guess I made the original motion. I'll make a motion to approve the final plan decision, adding Mr. Loeb's refusal to that.
All in favor?
Second. Need a second?
I'll second that. All in favor? Aye. Actually, this is a problem. If Ed is refused, we have enough people.
No, we have 4. We have a 4. That's a quorum.
Or, okay. Okay, number 4, Ann Kidd, AP 15, Lot 4, 222 Point Road, the approval plan of preliminary and final plan decision for the 2-lot subdivision. We have that, so.
I make a motion that we authorize the secretary to sign the final, preliminary final plan decision.
Second that.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. So pass. Okay, number 5. Applicant David Manani, owner of John Carlone and Margaret Carlone, 1831, Lot 4, 22 and 24 Dexter Street. Concept review for a 5-lot minor subdivision involving an extension of a public street.
Looks like he's online.
as in David.
David Manoni.
David, if you're there, would you like to speak up and give us your thoughts?
Hello, sorry about that.
No
I'm
problem.
David Benoni. I'm here to represent John and Margaret Carlone for the plat 31 lot 4 off Dexter Street. The parcel has just recently been rezoned to R20. I think you guys probably remember. And now we're looking to move forward. We're in the pre-application process, and we are trying to continue with what we have already shown you guys in a 5-lot minor subdivision with a road extension. The parcel is fronting on Dexter Street and Lisa Terrace dead ends on the southern property line. We are hoping to extend Lisa Terrace up into the property as a cul-de-sac and subdivide the lot to 5 parcels, with 4 of the parcels fronting on the proposed road extension and the other parcel to remain on fronting on Dexter Street. So I don't know if, do you guys have the plan, the digital copy to look at?
Can I ask Mr. Manoni to give his address?
Yes, okay. Yes, Mr. Minoni, just for the record, can you give us your address?
Of course. 90 Highland Avenue, South Kingstown, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike, we have the digital? No, we have no digital copy.
Okay. All right, well, there's public water on Lisa Terrace that we hope to extend into the property as well. So the houses are proposed to be serviced by public water and septic systems. And the surface runoff, we hope to allow to run down into a basin at the end of the proposed cul-de-sac, just surface flow into the cul-de-sac. And then that will overflow into the existing drainage system on Dexter Street via a proposed drain line. There is existing drainage on the property, town drainage with town easements. We will need to move that drainage and those easements in order to make the proposed subdivision work from the perspective of septic systems and lot line geometry. That can be seen on the sheet 3 of the plan set, which I believe you have. So I believe it's fair, but besides moving the drainage around, it's a fairly straightforward subdivision. So I don't know if there's any questions, any comments.
Does anybody on the board have a question?
Just to refresh us, there was no variance requested on this for frontage or otherwise.
I'm
Right?
sorry, can you repeat that?
There's no zoning variance or anything requested as a part of this, correct?
No, everything as far as I could tell. I was hoping, bring it in front of everyone here at this stage. If I missed something, someone would let me know now rather than at preliminary. So as far as I can tell, it seems to be okay. And we did get, it has been surveyed. Sheet 4 is a survey done by National Surveyors Developers. So the lot's been surveyed. So we're working with real conditions, exact property line data and all that. So.
Okay, then I guess I just want to see if there's anybody in the public here.
I have a question.
Okay, sure. Right.
Have you reviewed the cul-de-sac for life safety apparatus, like turning radius, so a fire truck can get in there?
It meets standard NFPA dimensions, and it meets the town of Portsmouth dimensions.
Perfect.
Yeah, so yes. It's a 40-foot radius, 25-foot turning radiuses are allowed, and it's just a straight in to a 40-foot radius cul-de-sac.
Anybody else on the board?
Yeah, Mr. Manoni, based on your plan, it looks like you're going to abandon the existing drainage, but tie it right back into the same manhole that exists today. Is that correct?
We hope to, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right, anybody in the public here or online who would like to speak on this? Uh,
Concept plan, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's just an opinion.
I don't believe there's a vote, is it, Mr. Sousa?
No, it's like more of a thumbs up. Type of thing, right?
So there is the petitioner looking for us to make a motion or anything, or it's just comments on the concept plan?
I believe you're looking just for a comment, like a positive comment from us, but there is.
Right, any feedback, this is just, I know this is informal, so I
Right.
don't think there's any, I don't think you guys, if there's anything that catches your eye, that you could let me know before we go to preliminary, I'd be appreciated.
You know, and there wasn't anybody here in the public or anything that probably have some smooth sailing, so. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, number 6, applicant and owner Sean and Kristen Casey, AP4, lot 284, 106 King Philip Street. Applicant for administrative merger and reconfiguration of lot 284.
You, Mr. Chairman, Eric Chappelle, 171 Chase Road, Portsmouth, on behalf of the case. I also have with me Neil Hingering from Inverters Engineering, who's got, I asked him to put together a different plan. I don't know if he stated that up yet, but we'll show it to you tonight. A little less busy than the one we have. I wanted the black and white so you can kind of see what we're doing. Casey's on 5 lots. There's 5 lots on Narragansett Heights region. They're on King Philip on one side, they're on Raynham on the other side, and on the third side, they're on Mount Hope. Mount Hope is a paper street, and much of Raynham is a paper street. So they started out with 5 lots, and prior to zoning, the house was built. Sometime in the 1970s or 1980s, they built the garage that hopefully you can see on that plan. And that garage, while it doesn't go across the lot line, the argument obviously is made that that garage should have been 10 feet away from the side yard to be a conforming lot. So we're taking the position that the 4th lot was merged with the other 3 that the house is on. So we're left with lot 5, which is a very small lot. And the intent tonight is to take that lot 5 and add land to it from lot number 4. With the result being that lots 1, 2, and 3, and a portion of 4 have the correct amount of lot coverage, under 20%.
Yeah.
We have 100 feet of frontage, and we have more than 10,000 square feet. That will leave the resulting lot 5 with a lot which, while it's still not conforming under our standards, it's more conforming than it was because we're adding land to it. So we're not requesting to grade a new lot because we already have 2 lots, but we are requesting a reconfiguration of a small lot to make it bigger. So we could potentially build another home. Neil's got his plan over here.
If I brought the public telescope.
So
Maybe make an opinion.
So I thought it was a little easier to read without all the green in it, but essentially the other lot is down here. And we're seeking to add this portion here to this lot. And again, this will result in less than 20% lot coverage, 10,000 square feet, more than 100 feet of frontage. So we're looking to make this lot bigger by this little kind of jog. And then we'll also have the garage now will have the 10 feet of side yard setback that's required under the ordinance.
Anybody on the board have a question on this?
I just have one question, Chair. Mr. Chappelle, so it wasn't there on the plan, so they presently own lots 238 and 5 lots.
Yeah, we'd like to come on,
Yeah.
come in.
Neil Hungarani, professional land surveyor, sorry, before we begin, could I hand the municipal league certificate to potentially Mike?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thanks. Yes, sorry, the question was 238 through 240, 242 on the original area. Yes, that is correct.
That was 1927 according to this. Is that right?
Good memory. Yeah.
So, thank you. Did have a seasonal high water table that's already recorded.
That's correct. Yes,
So
there's
you're all set.
yes, there, I think 120 inches of one of the views, I think, is the behind in front of the gravel line. So yes, excellent. So
And random in back of that is not, that's paper road.
it is a big deal. That's right.
All these have been actually separate lots, those are. No, they're what, we call them dotted line lots, but for some reason, years ago, I think we go back 50 years now, it was more convenient to send one tax bill. So the assessor, what he did back at the time was to put the dotted lines in showing the historic Narragansett flats, but any taxes will not. So it continues to be taxed as well. If the subdivision, if you allow the lot change, there will be two tax bills once we report the plan. Two tax bills, but it's one tax bill right now, which is common.
But so that jog wasn't technically necessary because that is being treated as one lot right now.
It's one tax bill right now.
Right.
So what we're seeking to do is take the portion of the fourth lot and add it to the fifth lot.
You have 5 deeds.
We have a deed with 5 lots.
Yes. Correct.
Again, historically, from this board, we, to my knowledge, in 40 years of doing this, we always used to have the surveyor go out and draw the line where the building is, and if the building didn't cross the line, we consider that grandfather. In this case, I think we're taking the position that because this garage was built in the 80s, technically what the owner should have done was put that garage 10 feet away from the lot line. And because it's within 10 feet, there's a real good argument that it's right. So that's why we're here. Otherwise, we would have just kept the line right at the house where it is now. What we want to do is move that line so it conforms and it's 10 feet away.
Was the permit given because he thought it was all one lot?
Oh, he hasn't asked for a permit.
No, for the garage.
To build the garage in 1980.
Oh, I'm sure there was, yeah. But I don't know, I didn't see records saying to the owner, who was not this owner, was his parents or grandparents. You know, normally what they would say is you need to be 10 feet away. And sometimes the owner comes back and says, well, I own all the way to Mount Hope, why do I need to be 10 feet away? So I didn't see anything in the file indicating that he should have been 10 feet away from the line. That's why we're taking the position of merge.
And just to be abundantly clear, 242, the garage is more than 10 feet away from that portion. So the garage does not infringe on the coverage or the setback of that lot 240.
So the new lot that's created is,
No, we're not creating a new
the
line.
new,
The new reconfigured lot,
the new reconfigured lot is non-conforming or conforming?
it's not conforming because it's less than 10,000.
So you'll have to seek a variance.
No, because it's a lot of record right now, so it's already a not pre-existing non-conforming use, which is protected under the ordinance. It's gonna be less non-conforming because we're gonna make it bigger.
Right, you're making the situation better.
Yes.
Because of the frontage.
Now, if
How does that affect your setbacks as far as like building another?
They'll have to meet the setbacks or that's all we believe.
Right, that's what I was wondering.
But the house, I think Neil calculated, he can speak to it, I think.
Is that the blue, is the proposed house?
That's right, yes. So that is it's a 1,000 square foot footprint house, a footprint at least, that works with the setbacks the way they presently are. So 3 stories, 2.5 stories, that's a common sense.
Anybody on the board, Anthony? Anybody in the audience or online? Okay. So what are you really asking for?
We're asking for an administrative subdivision that allows the reconfiguration of the 5th lot to add land from the 4th lot. So any time we record a plan, it's an administrative subdivision.
Yeah.
So it's a reconfiguration of the lot line.
Somebody like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion to approve the application for administrative merger reconfiguration of lot 284 based on testimony from Mr. Chappelle, Mr. Ingram.
Wait, second that. Any opposed?
Okay, thank you.
Number 7, applicant Fort Main Solar, 1, LLC owners, Mario trustee, and legal LLC, location EP 44, lot 15, West Main Road. Final plan application for the development of a 3.16 megawatt ground mounted solar photovoltaic facility. Let's continue from the November 10th meeting.
Good evening. My name is Helen Anthony. Good evening, Vice Chair Harding, members of the planning board. My name is Helen Anthony from Handy Law LLC, 42 Boston Street, Providence, Rhode Island, 02903. I appear tonight on behalf of the applicant West Main Solar 1 LLC with regard to its application for final plan approval. As you are aware, and you mentioned that this matter was scheduled for the November 10th meeting. We were continued to this date, and I certainly appreciate your willingness to meet tonight at this special meeting, as you know, you typically don't meet in December. You have in your packet the following, the final plan application for major land development with attachments. By way of background, this project received preliminary plan approval on October 13th, 2021, subject to 7 conditions, 5 of which were actually included in the preliminary plan application, but I'll go through each one of them. One was the development, operation, and management plan stipulates the landscaping, planting, warranty, and maintenance program for the lifetime of the solar development that is included in the plan. The recommendations set forth in the advisory opinion of the Portsmouth Design Review Board dated August 30, 2020 are incorporated into the design plan, and such advisory opinions entered into the record, both of which have been done and approved. One of the new conditions that we added was the planning administrative officer coordinates on site with the project landscape architect to ensure consistency with what is stipulated in the landscape plan and what is planted as noted. And that is noted on 4.1 on the first page of the landscape plan. And as you may remember, we had some neighbors that wished to specify where the plantings were to occur, and we thought, with the advice of the board, we thought the best way to do that was to coordinate that through your administrative officer, so that we're actually on the ground during the planting. The administrative officer can act as the conduit between the neighbors and the planter to make sure that those plantings are put in a location that is acceptable to the abutters. The fourth is something that we discussed, I think, with one of the pivots. We discussed the amount of the surety bond, and we increased it from 120 to 125, although I noticed in my packet tonight that we submitted the old estimate of 120, so I do have the new one with me today that I would like to give to Mr. Shola. So that would increase the surety from 17,680 to 22,101. We're only required, I believe, to approve 10. So we increase that bond amount in response to the discussions that occurred here at our meeting in October. And so I will submit this. Number 5 was the operation and management plan disallows the use of herbicides and pesticides in the solar development, and that is part of the plan. The applicant has developed a final plan for emergency access with the Portsmouth Fire Department that has been submitted in the application. And number 7 is the project landscape plan, the stormwater maintenance plan, and supporting attachments are recorded in the town and evidence records, which we are fine with. We've already submitted them, we've already reviewed them, we're fine with them being recorded. So those were the conditions. I believe we've met those conditions, and we're asking for final plan approval tonight. I am here with Scott Mellon from Steve Carr, West Main Solar One, as well as Drew Verdakis of Environment and Infrastructure Solutions, and our landscape architect, Kevin Allison, to answer any questions you might have or that any members of the public may have.
I do understand it, and I do appreciate that you have followed and filled out those plans. I'm gonna say on a good neighborly, I think I would, on behalf of the people that live on the north end, if there's any possibility that there could be a little bit better. It's the one end of this whole project that the neighbor has gotten the least cooperation, and they got the bad end of the deal. And I'm asking in a very nice way, instead of making these people come up and ask if there is any consideration possible that north end could have either a little bit better buffer or a little bit more space, how much that would really affect you guys.
If it would be all right, I'd like to have Mr. Mellons answer that question.
Okay.
This is his name.
Yeah, please.
Scott Mullins, president of Economics Renewables and member of West Point Solar One LLC. Economics Renewables, they're a company that's in Mass. We have an office in Newport, Rhode Island, and I live in Middletown, Rhode Island, and I'm the developer of the project. I have a PowerPoint presentation. I want to get the mic to kind of show because
What's Main, cited out, what's the other?
so. I've been at all the meetings. I've heard the concerns, and a lot of the concerns came from the north. So I visited the site. I took some drone photos, and I focused on the north. And if we go to slide 2, right? That's a visual looking of the north water tower site. There's a house on the end of this farm field and a house with a pool of the 2 northern abutters. If we go to slide 2. One house is about 460 feet from the property line, and the other house about 320 feet from the property line. We go to slide 3. This is looking from my drone picture from the 400-something feet out, and that's the tree line on the property line we're looking at on the northern end of our property line. That's the existing tree line that's there. If you go to the next slide, this is from the
property line of the butters looking into plot 44, lot 15. So this is right at the stone wall, on the other side looking into the array. These pictures here. You go to the next slide. That's another picture looking into the where the solar array would be. The next slide. That's a picture looking into the array as we head more to the northeast. And then the next slide. And that's another picture looking into the array over on the northeast corner. The next slide. So this is some pictures from inside the array at the fence line, which is 15 feet from the array, looking out toward the butters to the north. And this picture was taken the end of November, and that's looking north. The next slide.
So I'm sorry, that's at the edge where
That's-
where the arrays would
That's
be.
fence line, which is where our screen buffers would be. In front of this, in front of where I'm standing, it's about 50 feet. You can see the stone wall. And you can't, I don't even think you can see the houses to the north on these two. But this would be basically our new screening one where we've done the heavy screening on the site. So if we go to the next one picture, there's another picture from that 50-foot line looking out again, looking north. This is more looking northwest. This one is again looking from that 50-foot line, the no cut line looking out. And where that 50-foot line is basically taken from is fence line, and that's where the screening, the new screening proposed, the evergreens would be. If you go to the next slide. So the plan and buffers are current condition of approval that we plant that out. And then the next slide, basically, when the photos were taken, how I took them, and they're all taken by me when I walked the site. So, I think even though the distance, we have that one end, we're about 50 feet, no cut to the fence line, the other end, we're about 90 feet, no cut to the fence line. So I think screening is the most help there. And, when I stood in there and looked out, I couldn't see the houses.
So
So
that while the vegetation was still.
this is end of November, so we're
Yeah.
pretty much fall.
Yeah.
And summer's gonna get better, and I think the screening is the best solution to screen that fence line, and we've screened it pretty heavily. So I think this, looking this time of the year, I couldn't see much. And I think looking in there, you're not gonna see much, and I think that the evergreens that go in there in those areas that you may see, and the least screening I saw was on the northeast corner. If you go back to that plan there, half of that site analysis is looking toward the detention ponds, which are screened there. So, the willingness we could possibly do to maybe do something would be, on this corner, maybe to increase the no cut buffer to 75 feet, because we're 100 on that corner of no cut.
Right.
So, we could entertain tightening up this corner to 75 minimum on that corner and leaving that corner alone. We could do a minimum 75-foot no cut buffer.
Yeah.
And that's almost, we're 50-foot no cut on the other side, but then we have the vegetative and we have the low cut. This side we don't have a low cut, we have a no cut.
Can you show the slide that shows that, the no cut?
The no cut.
Yeah, so like if you increase that, you're not really adding any screening natural, that was existing screening, right? Is that what you're saying?
This whole north side is a no, basically fence line or no cutting to the fence
But
line.
what you're saying is if you increase that, you're
We
really,
give another 25 feet of no cut.
yeah,
So we have 75 feet of a no cut buffer. I'd be 25 feet further back.
and then you'd have the planted screen.
And then we'd have all the new plantings. And, I think that would, right now, I think with evergreens planted in this fence line now, we wouldn't see anything. If we push it back another 25, we have 25 feet of, another 25 feet of no cut. And we'd be, we could agree to push that corner to 75 no cut, which I think would help a lot, but I don't think I think the screening buffer is gonna help the most.
Okay, well, I certainly appreciate any and all that you can do, and that if the abutters could be there when there is the talk and where the plantings So it goes, not that they can ask you for more or anything, but to be part of it, so if they stand where they are in their lot.
So what I would like to, to put is that, we could agree to a 75 no cut,
Yeah.
minimum no cut on the northern property line.
Yeah.
And we could agree that the abutters could meet with the town administrative officer
Correct.
and do that. I don't want where we're meeting them all. I think we want to meet the site.
One step.
But I think we could agree to that on this northern piece, the town administrator, whoever's gonna review it from the town could meet who they wanna meet
Yeah.
to take a look, because, it's better he meets than we meet.
Yep, no, totally
And-
understood, and I appreciate very much you listening and at least helping these people out, because it means a lot to them.
No, I get that.
All right,
Okay,
I
thank you.
appreciate that very much. Thank you. Any other comments or opinions from our concerns?
Just to be crystal clear. Mr. Milne said 75-foot consistent no cut, but he still will plant the vegetation that's shown on the plan.
Correct. Yeah, the screen button will still be there, and we'll have a minimum of 75 no cut on the north side.
Thank you.
That's all we have to present.
All right, I would then, if there's no comments from here, I'd like the people in the audience that would like to come up and make some comment. Now's the time. Yeah, well, okay, there's two people who raised their hand first. I didn't see it. Doesn't. Yeah, Mark, would you come up first?
Mark Rogers, 73 West Passage Drive. I appreciate very much you asking for more on the north side. I live there and I know what that buffer looks like. There is hardly any brush on my side of the property. The fact that the house is far away has nothing to do with it. That is not a buffer that I own that they're giving me. So I appreciate that they're putting a very small olive branch, but I do not think that asking for 100 feet all the way along, is that too much to ask for a utility plant to be 100 feet from my property? I have a statement here, and I just want to try to sum it up because I know it's a long meeting. This has been going on for a long time. But that property was bought to protect some little tiny tidbit of land for this town. I've gone without to have that. I haven't asked for very much to ask for 100 feet. That property is industrial. It is surrounded by all residential. I have seen the turmoil in my neighborhood from industry moving in. And I am not about to be cornered into putting industry into a little tiny piece of farmland because that's what it was. The chances of my family ever building 75 feet from an industrial plant are down to 0. So what happens to that field? The only way in is through Hilltop. It's surrounded by residents. And then it's gonna have a utility plant near it. I'm self-employed. This is my retirement. This is my home. This is my life I've made here. And if I have to grovel for another 25 feet, I'll get up there and do it. I have some quotes from Port Chappelle, and I'll sum them up. And what they say is that you have the power to the absolute final approval to ask for more. That this board has that power to ask for it. Because when you ask them nicely, you can see what you get. So I'm asking you, with all your thoughtful concerns for decks and garages and adding to a house, that you think about a garage has to be 20 feet from someone's property, but a utility plant can be 75 feet. I just don't see it. And I do appreciate it. Every single inch that I can get, I appreciate, but I do not give 100 feet from a utility plant, a huge utility plant, is too much to ask. And if they think it's too much to give to me, I almost feel sorry for them. I really do. But they are so freaking heartless that they're gonna come right to your, and say, we can't see through there. It's brush. And I won't take any longer because there are some visuals that I'd like to put up that compare his visuals to what I see, and it's quite different. So if could Richard come up and show on the screen what it looks like?
Sure.
Thank you.
Richard Munch, 775 Union Street. I tried to help Mark out by taking some pictures, and I'd like to run through these with you kind of quick. Can you get that full screen with? No? When I got the plans for this, the first thing I noticed on this one, I put a blue arrow on the top there with a W for the wall. And when I first looked at that, which is on the north side, to me, it looked like there was a lot of buffering there because of the way things are drawn in. But north of that wall is Lark's property, and it almost looks like there's as much buffer there as there is on the south side of the wall. And I haven't been to the property yet. So I've been over there a couple of times. Mike, if you can go to the next one. In reality, this is what the vegetation on the north side of the wall looks like. I've got 3 pictures in there. So to the left of the wall is the Solar One property, and to the right of the wall is Lark's. And you know, the buffering doesn't come out much on her side at all. If you go to the next one, Mike, I've just got a couple more shots of what the north side looks like. So there's really no buffering there to speak of. Go to the next one. And then go ahead, Mike, go to the next one. So that in this diagram, I just kind of squiggled out that buffering there, which really doesn't exist to much extent. And you can see, as you've seen in some of their pictures, it narrows down to about, I think, 50 feet there in the right-hand corner. Go to the next one, Mike. Oh, no, can you go back one? So on the east side, I'm not really sure the exact measurement. I've been told it's like 135 feet. On the north side, at that narrow end, it's roughly 50 feet. So I put a couple arrows in there to show you the big difference between the setbacks, the east side versus that part of the north side. Go ahead, Mike.
Why are we on?
Yeah, can you go to the next one?
Yeah, I'm not sure where we left off. Is it this one?
No, one more, go.
Is that it?
Nothing's cycling.
Nothing's going.
Might be doing it, but not on the screen.
Okay. The people at home can see it now. They couldn't see it before, so.
Well, that will log it.
You had it up there before.
Yeah, I know, and I did a screen share, and now I can't figure out where I. Are we on this one?
Or the next one. So this is a picture of the stone wall and,
Yeah, I know, I just gotta have to get to the screen for a second.
also,
Yeah, no, I think everyone.
okay, so that's a picture of the stone wall. I went in and put a yellow tape 50 feet in. And that's me standing in front of it, just to give you an idea, you know, of what a 50-foot buffer would give you that far in from the stone wall. And on the next one, go ahead, Mike.
Can I ask the,
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
if where you're standing, it would be visually the backside of the panels that would be
Yes.
seen.
Yeah, and then what I just put a rectangle in there to kind of give you the approximate height of the panels there.
Yeah.
Just to give you an idea of what, 50 feet in would look like that. I'm assuming the 50 feet in is the setback to the panels unless, did you increase that to 75 feet? I'm a little confused.
The height of the back of the panel is
Yeah,
8
you know,
feet.
your name and address,
Oh, Scott Williams, the height of the panel is 8 feet, 8 to 9 feet to the back, so that's probably double.
Well,
6 feet
our
taller.
ordinance calls for 12 feet, so I.
I'm
I
saying
put
the
that
height
in.
of the panel was
Okay, so
8
shave off a
feet, so
little
you can
bit.
shave
from
off
the
3 or
top.
4 feet, and
Well, that's
where-
not by footage,
okay, so where
so it's a little
when I
lower.
talk about those setbacks, like right now we're 50 feet to the fence line, we're another 15 to the module, so we're actually 65 before I gave the 75-foot no cut buffer. And the other side, we're 90, we're actually, other side, we're about 90, we're actually 105 to the backside of the module on the north end. Because we're talking fence line and my modules are 15 feet inside the fence line. So I actually, if you take my 75 that I presented, it's actually 75 plus another 15, plus another, on the one side it'll be over 100, and the other side it'll be 75 plus 15, it'll be 90.
So how about we all compromise? go
Well, I'm just saying, I've given a lot.
So what I'm hearing is that depiction shows a 12-foot line at 50 feet. And where
We're about-
you're
we're about
actually gonna be are closer to,
9 feet,
yeah, 90 feet, and half of that height is what you're saying.
yes, correct.
Not half of it.
No.
Yeah, well, you said 8 feet, right?
That's
Okay, so
eight
you're
feet,
right.
yeah,
Two-thirds,
about 9 feet,
sorry, I
so-
can't do math.
Yeah, well,
So I mean, that's just,
Copy.
So could I ask as a peacemaker, if we could make it so that it was 100 feet to the backside of the panel, which means just 10 more feet.
if we could finish up our discussions, I could give 100 feet to the back side of the panel and a 75-foot no cut buffer.
Okay.
oh,
Yep,
let me just show, can I show you a couple more?
sure, absolutely.
Mike, can you go to the next one? I just put this in, I'll just go over quick. I just drew a line at 135 feet in, showing that if they did the same buffer as on the east side, that's what it would look like.
Right,
That's, yeah, well, go to the next one, Mike. This will kind of tie into everything, yeah. That is basically what Lark is asking for there. I drew a line in parallel to that northern edge to show how little, panel area will be taken up out of there. But if basically they're doing that.
Right.
I guess I'll stop at that point.
Right, but I mean, I think everything being fair, if 100 feet, the same buffer, that they get to speak with the town person that will have met with them and discuss where the planters were going to be, and they get the 100 feet to the backside of the panel. I'd like to hear from other people that if they feel that's not reasonable.
Thanks,
Okay,
Mark.
thank you. Actually, this gentleman back there was waiting first.
Thank you. My name is David Howard. I live at 36 Marion Rose Drive, Portsmouth. And Mr. Vice Chairman, with your permission, I also have some a video and several JPEGs that I think will underscore some of the concerns that residents have.
Yeah, please.
Which one am I doing?
If you can find the video, if you could do that one first. So there it is. This wasn't taken in November, this was taken yesterday. It opens up looking at the lot proposed for development. And it shows the proximity to the Navy's notorious site, the Melville School. Sleeps around pretty fast, but those are the abutters on Sweet Farm. And backs up and shows the abutters on Chelsea. And Rose Drive. Now the point here, one of the points that I would like to make is this gives you a representation of how many people are impacted by this particular array. There are a lot of people in very close proximity. And if we stay on this for a second, at the very right top left corner, you'll see not just the Navy array, but also the Chase Farm array. So we could end up with 3 major arrays within hundreds of yards of our residences. And we've said it many times. We know about the URI study that says property values are impacted 7% if you're within a 10th of a mile. And all of a sudden, some of us are going to be within a 10th of a mile, 2 meters. So that's a real big concern for us. Okay, could you go to the first JPEG? Again, this one shows how many residences are impacted, but it also gives you an idea of how mature the forest growth is in there compared to what you might have been led to believe. And the fact that a lot of it's coming down, the mature growth along the northern proposed border. When I had my drone up there, I could tell that with the leaves gone, the view changes dramatically, and I'm sure the neighbors can attest to that. Next shot, please, Mike. This is just more of the same, but what I'm trying to show here is how thin there is forest there, but it's thin. A lot of the brush this time of year loses its leaves, and you can see through a lot of what's supposed to be that 50-foot buffer. Next one. So before you go, I'm sorry. The other thing I wanted to show with this is if you look at all those abutters, particularly on Sweet Farm, and every one of them on Chelsea and Maryville Roads, they're all 2-story homes. And if you look at the landscape plan, the perspective that the developers have given are from 6 feet, not a second story. So what they say we'll see from 6 feet is not the same that all these abutters are going to see from their second story. I think to them, it makes a huge difference. I'm not in a butter, I live across the street from the butters. The last one, okay. Again, Navy array, then you see a small industrial park at the end of Chelsea. And you'll see that there is a buffer there. But I want to point out that there's some reason that certain residents have a little bit of mistrust about what's going to happen with the land developers are going to say is going to happen. That buffer was supposed to be put in by the developer. It took going to the town, getting lawyers involved, and some of the residents taking matters into their own hand and planning their own buffer. And that took a while to resolve. The second one that I think we've heard of here in this forum is what happened on West Passage. The developer did some grading, put in a berm that was unauthorized, and it stayed there for over 2 years. It may still be there, I don't know. And it flooded backyards and cost some residents thousands of dollars. So you have to understand that, people have been burned. And I think these pictures show you the degree of, what's at stake there. We talk about the character of Portsmouth. You can't do anything about the Navy arrays. The other arrays I really don't have a problem with. But this one is pretty much surrounded by residents, and they're going to be pretty close. And when all the smoke clears on this, if the plan goes through as written, I think there are going to be a lot of people who are going to be able to see it from their second story windows. And unless somebody has questions for us, that's all I have.
I appreciate the effort that you made. So,
Thank you.
yes.
I'm Robert Hale, I live at 815 Union Street, Portsmouth. Just had 2 questions for the board. First question being, is if and when solar arrays are installed, is there any reflective light that's going to be coming off of them, particularly in orientation to the north, which is where the buffer concern is, as well as if this plan were to go as proposed, would there be an opaque barrier as is required by the ordinance as upon construction, and not 5 years down the road or 10 years down the road, or however long it takes to build it?
Guess we would ask the landscape architect to.
Well, first question being the voltaic cell or cells that will be put in. Would there be reflection coming based on its orientation, reflection going towards the north end, which has the least amount of proposed buffer?
It appears from, maybe we'll ask someone from there to do it, but to me, it appears that it's all heading south. So you would not have that, you'd be looking at the back side of the panels, as far as that goes.
And then the second question being, will there actually be, if constructed as proposed, will there be an opaque screen buffer, natural, however you want to call it, between the array and the properties?
At least, and somebody else can tell me if I'm wrong, I believe maybe we're talking first floor view. The initial buffer plantings that they were going to do would be okay, but I don't see it being possible that from the second floor of a house or from Sweet Farm Road, if they are that much higher, that any planted screening would possibly block that. And I can't say that they are necessarily forced to block something from the second floor of a house. I'm not sure. Maybe a question for.
But the ordinance required screening from the residents. And if you say from the residents, that means the entire, because it appears that
I think I think the ordinance, it says the board may require an opaque screening, but it's not required unless it's the board that insists on it.
So I would ask the board to consider maybe if and when, you know, the final details are done, that if it is not a 100% buffer put in place, that the board then use its powers to ensure that there is no opaque barrier put in place.
That would sure make me happy. But,
Well,
but I don't know if it's gonna, it would ultimately take something like Green Valley has, so when the driving range has a net so high that the balls aren't going into the neighbor's yard, kind of fencing. I don't know if that's ever been possible, and if such a thing is out there. Again, I would,
just looking for something fair.
I'm absolutely, but, anybody on the board have any idea how that would be?
Well, I would think that the no cut zone would cure a lot of the second floor vision. Because that's quite a bit of no cut zone that they're offering. I think. Whereas where they're putting their shrubs on the bottom, to take care of things that you can't see through now. From ground.
So just as a subject to be considered, if not enough buffer is allowed for. That's all I have.
I can answer the question on glare.
Yeah.
Scott, the panels absorb, they don't send out glare. I mean, there's a lot of, you look at a lot of airports are putting solar modules around airports now, so they're not sending a glare, they absorb the sun, they don't reflect it.
Could I ask you back to come up for a second? In any other solar developments, have you ever seen of a opaque screening that could meet the heights that
No,
visually something from a second floor?
No, it would almost be impossible to do that, and that's something tall and solid, you know, you have a solid wall there, basically, to do that. I think the no cut higher trees are gonna block a lot, and the low cut, I mean, our evergreen plantings low will block a lot. Come on into there.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Yes, please, ma'am.
Judy Meyer, 46 Chelsea Drive.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Judy Meyer, 46 Chelsea Drive. I just have a question about the sub plantings. I think that piece of property, and I was very much involved with the Chelsea Drive Russo Road thing. That land, I don't know if you all remember what was there years and years ago. I don't know what's gonna happen when they try to dig up and sub-plant, because they're gonna find tires and car parts, and, because I'm still finding them in my yard. So, I'm not sure that any sub-plantings would survive, would be my concern. So you talk about an opaque buffer, perhaps it should be, and I don't know if this is really wild, but on the other side, as an offer to the abutters, giant arborvitaes will survive on their land. And they will get 40 feet tall. So if there were enough giant arborvitaes planted around the subdivision on the abutters' lawns, if they chose to have them, I think you might get that opacity that we're looking for. You can't put up a wall, you can't put up a fence around the solar array. I just have concerns that sub-planting is not going to survive. There's all kinds of junk in that land. And I think we all remember that. Those of us who've been around for a while as a child. And I just planted a berm on the side. I have a berm on the side of my property, and all I did was put in 6 arborvitaes, and I could have built a car. I mean, I had fenders, like chrome fenders and tires and things like, so I don't know what they're gonna run into when they try to do that. So it's just a suggestion. I don't know if it's completely off the wall, but I'm just not sure the sub-planters will survive. And then you're gonna be kind of left with the same thing.
I believe that it's their responsibility that whatever is planted stays alive.
They have a lifetime
Yeah.
of the plant to replace plant.
Well, I hope you need a new car.
No. No, I mean, I'm sure.
I don't know about you, here's station agent, Mr. Miller.
For most of it, residential.
Where am I? Wait, I'm not
That's,
sure.
that's all.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it up close.
Yeah, I mean, the car storage was there in the sixties and then it all was there for a little bit and then it all moved.
And
In
there's,
the seventies, it all went back into the whole residential neighborhood was a solid junkyard of cars. So there was a lot of cars that
there's
moved
one
around the
time and
sites.
stuff.
And I've been in the sites and I saw some, we did a lot of some soil testing in there and most of the, some of the stuff we found was surface stuff, there was nothing subsurface, because they were stored there, and then they moved it up pretty quickly, didn't stay on the site very long, it all went back to the houses.
Well, I'm just.
Yeah, so great thoughts. Thank you. Anybody else? Yep, back there.
Hi, I'm Lucy Sinclair. I live at 1334 West Main Road. And I'm in the northeast corner, like directly abutting like the holding pond or whatever it is. And I'm asking for a little more consideration than 50 feet. I was under the impression that I was on residential, which would allow for that. I was told yesterday that I'm commercial, but I just looked at my original appraisal from when I bought it in '97, and it says that I'm zoned R20, not commercial. And I mean, we cut back from my property line, we cut back another 10 feet just to, you know, not have the hill there and be that close to my house. So another 40 feet to that holding tank, besides the inanimate mosquito frenzy I'm gonna have in my backyard. What's gonna happen with the overflow? I mean, I just recently redid my septic per town ordinance into my backyard, and it's already wet. And if they're gonna cut back all of those trees, and I'm gonna get all of that runoff, and the holding pond is supposed to alleviate some of that drainage into my yard, but I just don't see, I won't be able to absorb any more into my new septic that's there.
I guess we have to talk to the engineer, because they can't make your yard any worse. And so I guess we have to give them the opportunity to speak and explain how, give you peace of mind, how they're gonna make sure that it's not any worse than before the salt took place. I think this gentleman right there behind you, giving you the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Vardakis. I'm with Wood Environment and Infrastructure Solutions. We're at 275 Main Street, Providence. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state. And so pertaining to stormwater, we received our stormwater permit from the Rhode Island DEM. And the project is designed to accommodate the 100-year storm. So all of the post-construction runoff is designed to be below the current pre-existing state. So that's why we have stormwater basins on the northwest corner and the southern, the southern portion of the property. So we reviewed all of this with DEM, addressed all their comments and received our permit. So it's designed to meet the 100-year storm with a foot of freeboard for all the basins. So all the runoff after it's constructed will be less than what's there now.
Could you speak about the conditions? You were worried about mosquitoes. It's not a wet system, correct?
They're infiltration basins and they're not designed to be a standing pond. They should infiltrate the water.
So there won't be standing water unless there's a big storm, and then it'll basically infiltrate over time.
Correct.
And then it'll be dry, you can walk in it and whatnot.
Shouldn't be walking in, but
you could.
correct.
There was a lady in the back first. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Shelley Nicholas, and I live at 59 Mariel Woods Drive here in Portsmouth. I apologize for making this request. Apparently, people submitted visuals ahead of time, but may I submit? Thank you. Southern cross section 2 doesn't have to be. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So you may not recognize me because I usually call into these meetings as I work at night. But I've been to every project pertaining to West Main Solar, as well as a variety of other solar projects here in Portsmouth, including those pertaining to the town's solar ordinance. During one of our first meetings regarding West Main Solar 1, a neighbor inquired about potential noise caused by the array, and a professional representing West Main Solar 1 told my neighbor that solar panels themselves do not make noise. And I do not think the issue of noise has been raised again during any other West Main Solar meetings since then. I recently attended an event at the Melville Community Center. This building is located just west of the solar array on West Main Road in Stringer, the Navy property as people have been referring to it. And I could not believe the sound emitting from that array when I stepped out of my car into the parking lot. It's a constant drumming and it is loud. Since then, I've done a lot of research regarding solar inverter noise, along with noise mitigation strategies. I've looked closely at West Main One's plans to try and identify where inverters will be located, but I haven't had any luck. I've found minimal information about noise within the plan in general. Therefore, I have specific questions for West Main Solar One's representatives pertaining to noise. First, I'm curious to find out, where will your 42 inverters be located throughout the site?
Scott Melty, Renewables. We use string inverters, which are 60 kilowatt inverters, which are spread out throughout the array proportionally. The string inverters have a noise rating of 60 decibels at 1 meter at room temperature. So basically, your decibels at fence line is 60, and as you go out, it gets less. I've been to the site, I've been in the middle of the site, and when I was at the site, all I hear is traffic going by when I'm on the site. And during the day and at night, our solar doesn't, everything shuts down at night, so there's no noise at night. And there were 60 decibels at 1 meter. We use selector string inverters. I'm not sure what the Navy project has, but ours would be spread out around throughout the array. So the perimeter ones will be not a lot, most of them are within it. So the closest ones, will be 60 decibels at 1 meter.
Thank you. To expedite my other question and answer, it would be okay if you stayed up and didn't share his name every time. Is that okay? All right, thank you. So my next question, what hours will the inverters operate? I'm guessing based on what you said.
Sunlight.
They will not have, will they have battery storage components?
No battery storage.
Okay. You mentioned that the inverter's acoustic noise rating is less than 60 dBA.
Decibels at 1 meter.
At 1 meter. So does the decibel rating fluctuate with varying amounts of sun exposure?
The inverters typically will clip during the peak sunlight hours, which are probably 11 to 1 at the 60 decibels, then it'll be less in the morning and less in the afternoon as the sun goes down.
Okay, so the noise level will most likely be highest during summer months when most inverters will be outside and have windows open.
Again, 60 decibels at 1 meter is minimal sound.
Will the noise from individual inverters compound when located in close proximity to
No,
each other?
the inverters are not close to each other.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you so much. As you can sense from my questions, I'm significantly concerned about the potential noise disturbance from West Main Solar 1. In doing research on solar inverter noise, I've read many news articles about solar arrays noise complaints from residents in towns across the country, including Massachusetts, Virginia, Ohio, and California. Residents who claim that they were told by solar developers during planning meetings like these that solar arrays are quiet, but then these residents are surprised to find that they are not quiet. Solar arrays are noisy and they produce a pure tone that is constant. I have 3 small children at home and I work at night. I'm almost always home. Currently, our neighborhood is so quiet that I can hear Melville Elementary School students playing during recess in my driveway. I do not want to be, nor do I want the other abutters, my neighbors here in the audience, to be exposed to noise pollution by 42 inverters moving into our backyards. Speaking of neighbors in the audience, as you know, some of us don't mind a solar array moving in next door if we can't see it or if we can't hear it. And others don't want solar array next to us at all, and so certainly don't want to hear or see it. But either way, no one wants to hear or see this industrial solar array from our homes or our yards. So I'd like to draw attention to West Main Solar One's southern property line typical cross-section rendering from their application dated October 22nd, 2021. Based on the depiction of the trees within the no-cut buffer, this looks like a drawing of an abutting property sometime between May and early October, September. But I'm wondering what about the other 6 to 7 months of the year? And I'm glad that some of my neighbors have raised this and brought images to show you, because I think this drawing paints a very rosy picture of what this is going to look like. First of all, starting with that the person in their own yard is already 50 feet or more. Looks like if you're using the scale, you're using the 50-foot no-cut buffer. Maybe they're 130 feet already into their own yard. I think my shed is 10 feet into my property line. We have a sandbox that's probably 5 feet from our property line. I have a garden that's probably about 10 feet from our property line. We don't live and exist 150 feet into our own property line. I'd be probably hanging out in my kitchen at that point. We live and play and enjoy our backyards right on that property line. As do, based on the images that Dave Howard shared, everybody else does too. We have people's pools that are very close to this no-cut buffer, and you have just people living their lives right next to this property line, not in this visual 130 or however many feet this person is standing back into their own property line. So first of all, you want to consider bringing that person in to begin with. The other thing I want to draw your attention to is the size of the supplemental plantings that are present there. In fact, maybe we could go to image 2. And I apologize by how this looks. I'm not a graphic designer, but I just wanted to kind of highlight, I think, with the difference here seasonally. Look at image 2. So all that I've really done here is I've taken away all of the leaves and the green that grows in the no-cut buffer that's currently gone. And I think you saw that in a lot of the pictures that came up. And I also limited the supplemental planting to be consistent with the 6 to 7 foot evergreens that are included in the plans themselves. The trees in cross-section, the southern cross-section drawing, using the scale, look like they're about 18 to 20 feet in that drawing, which again, that may be what they look like in about 15 years, but for now, when they're planted, that's the height that they'll be, 6 to 7 feet. Additionally, something to consider is in this drawing, and I think this just comes down to 2D versus 3D drawing, but you have these 2 evergreen trees that look like they're kind of planted staggered one in front of the other, where we know from all of these meetings they're going to be staggered but distance, so that of course as the trees grow and they can fill in. But initially, as these trees are staggered and planted in the supplemental planting area, there's going to be large gaps where we can see right through them. So I think if you were to do a realistic cross-sectional drawing from the southern view, it's going to look very different than what is presented in the plan itself for at least 6 months out of the year. And I will give them that, yes, during peak growing season over the summer, late spring, early fall, yeah, there's good coverage there, but that's only part of the year. So thank you for letting me share that. I appreciate that. Based on these concerns, first, I would really like to emphasize how much I think we need to properly screen West Main Solar One. We had the solar ordinance recently adjusted because of public outcry over the current setbacks in the current ordinance. And the current amendment specifies that there's an at least 150-foot setback. And I feel like that's specifically for abutting residential properties. I feel like that's reasonable. Secondly, I think perhaps we could specify that a berm plant within the supplemental planting area would help screen the array from the abutting neighborhoods. Lastly, and most importantly for me, based on what I've researched, it's advised that inverters are placed as far away from abutting residential properties as possible to avoid adverse effects of pure tonal noise. Apparently, the inverters will be all over the site. I implore you, please do not give final approval on West Main Solar One's application until we have a comprehensive understanding of what the total noise output for the array is going to actually be. And I think we recommend perhaps adjusting the inverter placement in relation to residential abutters. The people sitting here tonight and many others in attendance will be impacted by this and the noise for decades to come. As you may or may not know, last month Warwick imposed a 6-month moratorium on solar projects as a result of public concern regarding setbacks, buffers, and noise. A Warwick City Council member named Gilbert Gephardt was recently quoted as saying, "There's no reason to rush something that we want to get right." I'd like to get this right. And I know we do too. So thank you so much for your time.
Could I just bring a couple of things?
Yes.
I don't know a lot of things, but I do know in noise level, just to give you ideas, a window air conditioner that somebody has sticking out of a house is somewhere of 60 decibels plus. You get the idea. It's an airport statistic is that if you had like a plane on a runway, it takes 12 more in a row to double the decibel sound. So it's actually better if they are together, supposedly, than it is to be spread out because you have noise coming from all different directions. I can't say that for that, but I know we've been told, instructed, because air conditioning, outdoor AC units, people get concerned when they see a whole bank of them, that it's going to be this crazy noise. But if it's 60 decibels at 3 feet away, it's going to be, unless they're placed at the edge of the property line, it would be very, very hard for people to hear that. So you had a lot of great concerns. That noise, depending on where those are, 60 decibels from 3 meters, a meter away, 3 feet away, is not nearly as scary as it seems.
Have you walked by the Navy solar field?
No, but I don't know if they are all in one area or if it's spread out. So all I'm saying is I can't speak for these things, but as far as noise goes, or to hear what 60 decibels is, that might be some much bigger single item that's creating that noise, but 60 decibels. Whispering in a library is 35 to 40 decibels.
Yeah, just to be clear, that was, the petitioner stated that was at the peak hours.
Right.
Drifts off and it's
Well, they've got
zero at
the,
night.
The Navy base has central inverters over there. They have string inverters. They have a bigger inverter.
Right.
You're probably sitting next to these, the small inverters that are probably maybe 4 feet by 2 feet that are spread around. So it's a completely different setup than what we have designed for this project.
Yeah, thank you.
So the petitioner, I just add the petition, you've said this before, but the petitioner has rights if you have commercial industrial development. You got to consider what the alternative light and noise encroachment could be to what hours and how close to the abutting neighbors. So you got to consider, I think there's a misnomer with even setbacks too. It's the minimum foot setback as it was in the original ordinance is really designed to avoid penalizing a petitioner who has advantages with topography and with natural vegetation and screening that they offer. It's not designed to
Sure, I understand that. I'm sorry, I forgot the name of the board member who recused himself from the vote for the property, the solar array that was being planned for the gas station. Thank you. So I just want to say I appreciate you being on this side of the podium because it's difficult. So thank you for doing that and thank you for your time.
Can I comment on the noise?
Yeah. Okay, but then Bob gets his turn.
I just wanted to mention that I have heard that sometimes they put the conductors that make the noise in the middle of the field. I'm sure you would know whether that was possible or not, because there's so much acreage that if it's in the middle, that it's less intrusive to the neighbors in the area. I don't know, is that something?
Again,
I have heard
I've been building these systems for 5 years. I probably built 40 systems in Rhode Island with these string inverters. I've been to these sites and from fence line, you can just about hear them. And they're spread out all across the array, so it's not like you get a bunch together, so. And the town has a noise ordinance. If there's any noise problems, the ordinance could address it.
Could there, if any of these abutting neighbors want to go listen to a like kind transformer to give them peace of mind, that you could give them an address to where they could go and during peak
Wherever I
hours?
would send it, we got private property, so.
Okay. Okay, Bob.
Robert Hale, 815 Union Street, Portsmouth. My comments are directed towards the resident who had concerns with regards to runoff and the new septic system. I believe that she does have a lot to worry about, and I base this on my experience. And this is not meant to be derogatory to this board or any other agency of the town, but my own personal experience with development of the properties directly next to my home this past a year and a half ago. And the concerns that I had with regards to flooding and runoff. In fact, that myself and a neighbor brought video as well as photographic evidence where my property and the other property was flooded from construction, from grading, which the building inspector said was improper. And I had at least 3 or 4 floods over to my property, damaging my property, damaging the farm behind that property. And my concern, and I think this person's concern is well founded, because I brought, for the very first day, photographic evidence, video evidence. I started with trying to be a good citizen with the building inspector's office. And the development was down one day and up the next day, and the flooding continued. It was down one day and up the next day. I went from the building inspector to the town administrator. The town administrator I presented, we had a meeting, showed again video and picture proof of the flooding that was happening, because I expected my town as a longtime resident to be there to protect me from development. The building inspector empathized with me. He said, yes, this is something they have to address, and so forth. And the flooding continued, the construction continued. I had to then seek legal counsel, served a letter to the builder. And at one point, and I had, again, building inspector, town administrator, I courtesy copied everybody in the town council, to which I received absolutely no response. And then when I, out of frustration, communicated to the building inspector's office that I may need to take legal action against the town, I was then told, contacted by the town solicitor, I don't know if that should serve that, that they would no longer be talking to me, and that if I had any legal issues, I should talk to the town solicitor. So basically, I went through 6 months of flooding and expense out of my pocket because I had to go and take action on my property to protect my property to the tune of about $17,000. This is, again, a longtime town resident. I brought it to the building inspector's attention. I brought it to the town administrator's attention. I brought it to the town council's attention. And then when I got to the point where it was going to be legal action, I was told by the town solicitor, I advised them not to talk to you anymore. If you have any issues, talk to me. So in the instance of this resident, when her property does get flooded, what is the enforcement mechanism that the planning board or the town is going to say, step in and take care of the town resident? Because clearly my experience, and this is my perception, was I was not taken care of the way it should have been taken care of. The builder was not held accountable, allowed flooding in my property, and I exhausted all the means at my disposal to my town's leadership, and got absolutely zero back. And I was actually told, I have an email from the building inspector from the town stating, obviously this was graded incorrectly. And after that, nothing was done.
So do you continue to have the problem, or has it been resolved?
I had to spend out of my pocket to have a protective barrier put up to protect my property from being flooded.
And I don't have that many.
So all I am saying is her concern is well founded. Because, you know, I'm sure that the builder came before the planning board, the zoning board, wherever he had to go for, and presented everything that he should have. And this was the end result. When I, as a citizen of this town, came to my town to say, I need your help. I'm being flooded. Here are the pictures. I even had the town building inspector, the first day I went in there, with photographs to show the flooding of my property. Tell when I went to give the building inspector those photographs, and I will quote what he said to me, oh, I have a lot of things on my desk, as if he didn't want the proof. Again, my perception. So heaven help this lady when this is put in, and I would ask at the very least, there has to be some enforcement mechanism or some added protective barriers to protect her property from runoff. Not a 100-year plan of what might happen. Something concrete that's going to protect her. Because if she's going to experience the same thing I am, you know, then it's, well, what is our town governance here for?
Mr. Solicitor, can I ask?
This has nothing to do with the matter before.
No, it does, no.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking that. It, just as we have road bonds, and when the road is properly built, the people can come back and get their money back after everything is done. Is it within our powers that if there is a downhill side where there are problems in engineering that they are guaranteeing that there is not going to be a flood?
No.
Okay, we have no rights to ask for temporarily something, so when it's built after a certain amount of time, they'd be entitled to get their money back as long as that flooding hasn't taken place.
No.
The petitioner's already had the engineer speak to this. They've come up with a design. It has to meet with CRMC or DEM. Approval. They've got a stormwater runoff plan to meet the 100-year storm. Or basically what's an impervious development, right? Again, you go back to what's the alternative, the commercial industrial. Now you've got to have a lot more consideration because you're going to have a lot more impervious between the pre-engineered building and the parking lots. So we have to go off the testimony that we have, as long as there's an approved plan, 100-year storm, I feel pretty good.
So I understand all of that. Oh, yes, Mike.
We do require it that as-built plans are filed and recorded after construction. So we will have the pre-development plans and then the post-development survey.
And what is who is liable if that engineering was done, it was done and the as-built were done, correctly, and it does end up flooding? Because in the history, we're not saying these nice people are going to do something wrong, because everybody believes what they're doing is right. But if it does cause damage to the people on the downhill side, who is responsible for that?
I think it would be a civil.
Between the engineer.
This is wild speculation.
Yeah.
How to respond to this, but
Okay. I just was asking for that.
Well, okay, well, it's not wild speculation, the experience I had, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Robin Youngkin, 49 West Passage Drive. I would like to comment on the water. My yard is an acre large, and I have one of those lovely bottomless sand filter septic systems. I know you probably know what it looks like, but it's this huge area. And the reason that I have that septic system is because my piece of property is so wet. In the springtime, if during a snow melt or if there's a rainstorm, you really can't even walk in my backyard without sinking up to your ankles. And my property is parallel with the where the solar array is going to be located. And I can actually see this woman's house from my deck. She's really close. I don't know why she only got 50 feet with a setback, because if, it should be more than that. The people on the other side got more space, and she has only 50 feet. I really think that she will have flooding despite what DEM says or what the engineer says. I guess I have the unpopular opinion that a solar array like this huge solar array, does not belong in a neighborhood. And despite its zoning, it is surrounded by residential properties. People are so close to this. I'm also concerned about the sound. And again, I'm sorry, but I took a ride down to Millville too, and I couldn't believe what it sounded like. I'm also concerned about clearing the all of these trees. I'm not a census taker. I don't know how many trees are on that lot, but I would guess at least 1,000, if not more. And they're all going to be taken down at a time when even your assistant town planner said in the newspaper recently that it was an oxymoron to call something green energy when it was taking the place of wood lots. So really want to thank you for what you did at the last meeting in protecting that property on Indian and West Main Road from a solar development. And I hope, it gives me hope that you might make the right decision tonight too. And if you don't pass this proposal, please give us on the north end a larger buffer, a larger setback. And for God's sake, this poor woman, she apparently maybe she didn't know about what's been going on in the past year, but she needs to be protected. And just because she wasn't at the meetings, I don't think she should be taken advantage of and only have a 50-foot setback. So thank you.
So besides at your sister's place, that is had the opportunity of now hopefully possibly getting 100 feet from her property line to the back side of the hill. On the other end, that this nice lady here has the same problem, that she only has 50 feet.
Right.
And it's only on the west and east side, and just at the very bottom corner, it's more 150 feet or whatever.
She only has 50 feet, or 50
Yeah.
foot setback.
I think on that corner, top of corner, about 150 feet from the modules to that property. No, it's not 50 feet. There's a whole swale system there where the water goes, and then we're buffering on the high side of that. So it's a much larger buffer on that corner that she's speaking
It's
about.
really not, between, you mean the property line and her house?
From the modules to the property line over there, where the evergreens are, I think it's about 150 foot buffer on that left corner.
And
It's not-
you say there's a swale there, so.
And that's where the ponds are. We're up on top of the ponds there. So it's not only it's higher, but it's evergreen buffer up there. And it's a further distance in the rear.
It looked like it was 50 feet on the map that I looked at.
But only it's 50 feet to the
Yeah,
solar.
two panels, I mean, shouldn't the setback go from the property line, not to the panels?
Well, they have the right to put the panels right up to the property line, but they choose not to. So, but if they move their line back to the solar panel, their fence, it's not gonna make any difference. As much as I'd love to see it. And the other thing is, these people have gone through the plans and gone through and got to a certain point, and only after that did the town council make these moves and get to see it. So anything moving forward,
I realize.
there is certainly a much stiffer thing. We're at the mercy of them being good neighbors and clarifying stuff. And I believe from what I see from here is that the last solar panel to her property line, it looks like more like 150 feet away than the 50 foot that's being discussed right now. And the as-bills will make sure that they don't sneak any more in there to get more skin.
These are just short-term issues that we're talking about. And Luke, I know that you were at the town meeting when Mr. McDonald from Old Mill Lane spoke about what good neighbors they had across the street who were putting in the gas facility.
Right.
And it was absolutely painful to watch that poor man talk about how his property and his life and his home have been affected. What's to keep this from happening in our neighborhood? That in 5, 7, 10 years, they come and they say, oh, we need to make some modifications here. And what will protect us then? Because Mr. McDonald certainly doesn't have any protection. And we're dealing with the same company. So,
I think he was dealing with National Grid.
right, but isn't this getting sold to National Grid?
No.
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 Well, it's still a large energy company.
Absolutely, but it's apples and oranges as much as I wish it was apples to apples, but the gas and what that noise is and the smells and all that stuff. And boy, I was feeling so bad for that guy. I'm right there with you on that situation.
So you think that this is going to be it? They're going to get approval, they're going to put that in there, and there are not going to be any changes for 20 years? I don't think that's what's going to happen.
Well, they can't make any changes without notifying the abutting neighbors, and as all of you have done, don't put your armor away, hang it in the garage but it's not likely. We've never had anybody come back to enlarge a solar field or anything like that in these years. So, it might be when those panels' time is up, I think, renew their lease or whatever, that they might come back, but that is unfortunately another battle for another time.
Well, I'm 67 years old, so in 20 years, I probably won't be here to fight that battle. But I certainly don't want to spend whatever I have left of my life looking at a solar array out my living room window or from my yard. And I do have a second story on my house. My house is rather high. And there's no way that, even if I planted something in my yard along the border of my property to try to hide what's going on over there, there's no way that it would be concealed. So, and I hope I know my neighbors don't want to look at this either or have it next to us or listen to it. And that's, I'm just, hoping beyond hope perhaps that you hear our pleas. There hasn't been one neighbor in the past year who's come up here and said, yeah, I think I'd like a solar array next to me. Not one.
But I'll bet you that the people where that development, where they're gonna put the steel buildings up and on West Main Road, that they would give anything for that to change to a solar field in 2 seconds. I guarantee you that they would want that. And unfortunately, like Mr. Tibbet said, it is industrial land. All kinds of things can take place on that land. And boy, oh boy, not only would you guys be upset, but I would be really upset if there was a bunch of big steel buildings and pavement and all that stuff going up in all those places. And I know that you want to hear.
Well, I mean, I think I'm stuck because I'm on West Passage, so I'm in between the tradesman center and the solar array, just like everybody else on my street. So
I 100% feel for you and stuff, but there is only so much that we can do. Now, if it's true that we have the right to push more than what they're asking for, so I'm not 100% sure. Just because Mr. Chappelle said that, I'm not sure in this situation that we can.
you heard what he said.
Oh, I know, but there's lots of things that he said that aren't necessarily facts. They're they're his facts, right? I mean, you know where I'm coming from.
I definitely know where you're coming from.
I just have one more thing. So,
You gotta state your name, so. we can-
sorry, Lisa Sinclair, 1334 West Main Road. Given all this is in a perfect world and I'm not gonna have any water damage, what if the inevitable happens? Who do I go, who do I talk to, and where's my recourse? Because I'm very doubtful that I'm not gonna get flooded in my backyard, or my basement for that matter, because on a really rainy day, I do get water sometimes in my basement. Those perfect storms.
That's why when they do certain developments, I believe they should come around. I know when they were blasting across the street from my house, they came and took pictures and saw to make sure it didn't make any worse than it was. And so it's good for both sides to have proof that this is what it was like before and this is what is after. I did ask the question earlier, who is responsible? If the engineers guarantee that it is and the town approves what an engineer does, I still don't have an answer, I guess.
So I would come to the town and get a lawyer and sue the town?
I don't know if the town is liable because the engineers have insurance and why they guarantee something. That would happen.
It would be an engineer's problem.
I myself can't answer that, maybe the solicitor.
You're not appropriate question, I'm sorry.
Okay. So who would she go to get that answer?
Hire a lawyer.
Okay, so there's your answer. Before the state
It's
place.
just total speculation about nothing real. Okay, I mean, really need to address this petition.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Louis the Tender, 94 Sweet Farm Road, Portsmouth. Kevin, Your attitude stinks. I, as a citizen,
Thank you.
really,
Thank you.
continues to stink. It's very easy for you to sit there when we're gonna be looking at this for a long, long time. And I think these people have been pretty good. So, you know, I just wanted to let you know that listening to you, maybe you can change it to a little bit. Ryan, you sound like you're heartless. I don't understand it. I mean, this whole thing, we've been chasing this thing since right out of the box, the solar, the ordinance. We've been chasing this thing. And then these people get the right to do what they should be able to do. And it was put in front of us. It was backwards. The ordinance should have been passed with some input from us at 150 feet, which we ended up with. And now we're at more footage. They have less footage than that. But we should have had input from the beginning. You know, we're gonna be looking at runoffs, just like they are down the street at West Passage. These people are having water problems all over the place. He's gonna, and this lake's gonna have problems. I'm gonna be looking at solar panels outside of the window. I never knew in the 32 years that I lived there that we were gonna be looking at an industrial site. I don't know what to say. I do appreciate Luke and some of the others that stood up for us. And Kevin, I'm not just being pissed at you because maybe you're not leaning in my direction. I just think it's a general attitude. That's all. Unless you have a question for me.
Question for the comment is, I guess combined, you guys could hire a lawyer that could get the answer to that question. It is very possible a solicitor can't answer the question on the circumstances. I don't know that. But I guess it would be good to know ahead of time, and everybody involved would be together and cover each other's backs should something happen, you know. I wish I could get you an
If
answer.
someone does something that affects your property negatively, I think that they've got to be liable for it.
Certainly somebody that is not registered, not got a license, that if they just scratch on a piece of paper, this is what I think I should do. But these engineers go through a whole lot of stuff, and not at least 99% of the time, they are correct. But there is times that with the information given, that's the best that they could do. And if they're preparing for what we call now 100-year storm, seems to happen more often than every 100 years, but that's what currently the rules are, and we are held to what current rules are. And these people were under different rules than the rest of everybody else going forward. So unfortunately, there's some of this that our hands are tied at the moment, as much as we wish they weren't. We may come up tonight with an answer that isn't what you guys want, but certainly
we can move.
Yep.
Thank you.
So, but I'm hoping that the people that are putting this project in listen to what we have and see what they can do to be good neighbors, because they may want to put something somewhere else, and you know, being good neighbors is a good example for the next project.
I just want to address with sir. I certainly appreciate the fact you're a neighbor. I don't think Mr. Tibbetts was trying to be heartless, and I know Mr. Tibbetts, and I know he's not heartless. He's a very generous man. You know, I think we've tried to make concessions based on the input from the neighborhood. I think we've done a damn good job at it. Based on
What's not less better job than the town council.
We listened to your concerns. I think the developer listened to your concerns. We've made some adjustments even here tonight on setbacks.
You should, and that's what we're here for.
And I do appreciate that. As for the water piece, you know, we had a stormwater permit that was actually reviewed by the state. That's where it's supposed to be reviewed. And we got it back, and the applicant testified that it's been approved. We have an engineer that's a licensed engineer. He's got a stamp. He puts his name on the line every time he stamps a plan. If something doesn't work after that, there's enforcement actions that the town has, and as suggested before, maybe you do have to hire some counsel.
Thank you, and I do apologize, maybe that's a little hard to do, but I just think that there is an opportunity right now to make some changes, and you are making changes. And if I'm pushing a little bit more for a little bit more space for everybody, it's because there has been problems that we've seen recently, not like 10 years ago, like now on West Pasco with that water running down the hill. And so when this lady has a concern and other people in the neighborhood, hey, none of us want to be looking at a solar farm, but we're gonna probably look at a solar farm. So if they can do the best job they can do with the trees, great.
Well, I was happy to hear that at that bottom, that there is a berm already there, that tells me that right now, it's not gonna be any worse. I'm hoping, and again, as Ed was saying, the state has looked at it, the engineer has his license on the line. But we just have to trust that everybody is doing their job.
Hey, just one other point, when somebody did a spreadsheet, one of our guys that all these people doing all this hard work, did a spreadsheet on everybody's taxes.
Right.
And then they, all the abutters to that property. And everybody's taxes went up in 2019, everyone that abutted, except for that property. They went down more than 50%. So why?
That's not for us to decide.
No, but where would that come from?
Tax assessor.
Why would they do that?
That's the question for the taxes.
Yeah.
I can answer that.
Okay.
If I ask,
Come up and say your name.
Well,
and have true knowledge.
I'm not sure.
It's not relevant to this meeting, unfortunately.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's all.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Tom McGinley, 19 Chelsea Drive. Just a couple of comments and question. One is that I've personally seen glare coming off of the Navy solar panels as you come down Mill Lane. It may be fleeting, maybe depending on the time of day in the season, but I've definitely had the glare in my face as I'm driving down. So there is some glare. Just my own personal experience.
Assuming it's the same panels, yeah.
Correct, and they're different kinds of panels. Also, I don't want to beat a dead horse about the noise, but I went down to that area as well. Maybe it is a different kind of inverter. I don't know, but I recorded it. Would it be all right if I played it just?
To be clear, I'm sorry, this is the inverter noise to a different site, with a different type of inverter, right?
Yeah.
I just want to be clear.
Well, I don't know if it's a different type of inverter or not, but it's.
That's the testimony.
They testified they don't have that bird.
Yeah, as much as we can certainly play it to satisfy, and I have no problem listening to it. It's irrelevant because they tell us it's completely different noise, and so we'll gladly listen to you. So
Okay.
there's no harm. It's a public hearing. If you want to play it.
They also said there was no glare. I've seen it myself, so.
Yep.
I don't know if you can hear it. That's what it sounds like.
Are you aware?
I'm right at the fence, so I don't know if that's, I can't judge exactly, how maybe 100 feet, I don't know. So the other, I guess the last thing I wanted to ask is a question. Sorry, it's a little speculative, I don't want to make anyone angry, but what happens if these guys go bankrupt halfway through before they do any of the landscaping or something like Top Tower Square? What do we do in that case?
That's what the surety bond is for.
So is the surety bond isn't just to tear it down at the end of the 20 years, it's to guarantee if the construction itself isn't completed? Is that the question?
It would be in place before the bond, and if it, I think in the ordinance, there's a 6 month, or I think it's a year period where it's inoperable, it would be taken down.
Or it's just not completed. They go into receivership and say, well, it's running, but we didn't have enough money to put up the landscaping. Sorry.
We don't release any bond or anything until it's up and running. It's just like a road. I assume.
Okay, the bond would stay in place for the duration of the project until the project is decommissioned.
So that bond would be used to remedy that situation if they went bankrupt before everything that's supposed to be done. gets done.
When it takes off as a project, the bond has to be on. If it does not go through, does not happen, there is that pot of gold to go into to go back. That's what it's there for. It's the best that the town can do, guarantee that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that's
From someone, 799 Union Street, you guys have heard a lot from me. Three things. The first is just for what Mr. Hale was speaking about. It's a completely different thing. I completely understand that, but from someone who has hired extensive legal counsel over my stay here to reinforce or defend the concerns that he's speaking of. Like I said, I'm not targeting anyone here. It's just kind of stinks sometimes that we can't go to town to take a little bit of help, the defensive firm that he's speaking about. I can personally attest to it. If that was removed, the property would be flooded, including my own. So that kind of stinks. But I just wanted to kind of clear that up. You guys have been saying that. That's fine. I'm not making any considerations or requests on this particular project, but it would be nice moving forward as a town if we if we had some better enforcement mechanism that we worked in alignment with the town instead of on our own personal accord to defend situations as they arise like that, because not everyone is as equipped to handle those sort of things as others. And like a large development like this, or even just a developer that he's indicating, it gets a little hard, I kind of want to lean on the town for some assistance with that. Second thing that I want to bring up is, I guess this one strikes a little bit of a personal note with me, not to go and everything else. I completely understand zoning and everything else going on here. I just find it a little bit strange with the allowances by the developer and the proposal here that they gave so much buffer on all the others, but not that one, indicating that the proximity of the house to the property line, et cetera, et cetera. But I just really I guess I'm trying to understand why it's not equal. The individuals in the north, not only is that not a main like yield zone, as far as my understanding, but that person is personally preserving a large area of land that, as we in Portsmouth, most residents and everyone else usually agrees would like to see done in most cases. Ideally, doesn't always happen like we see here. It's all industrial, there's a variety of things that could go in, and we're trying to determine if this is the best one and keep all the neighbors happy. But it's just a little ironic that the one individual is really doing a lot. I think even if you ask every other abutter on all sides that are experiencing the mutual benefits of this increased setback, some of which is like 130 feet on some of these, why not there? So that would be, I guess, my first question, and whoever wants to answer it. My second question is, the plan itself doesn't, actually, I know we say it's a no-cut zone, located on the perimeters on the outside of the buffer zone, or the planted buffer zone, I should say, but it doesn't actually have a key of what's going to go on in that zone. They say no cut, does that mean no touch? Like they are not going to touch that zone. In essence, the trees, the heights, however they are, will not be manipulated or maintained over time in perpetuity. I don't know that because I don't see that on the key there. And we ran into this issue on the other one that we came into, and it was kind of a back and forth matter of, well, we'll cut as we see fit. With safety, these are high, these aren't, we're going to try to do this. So I just kind of wanted clarification that that zone was to be completely there, and then also why the allowance wasn't given full circle. So
on that last question, we know that town council changed it, so it is the same all the way around. But unfortunately, before that got changed, there were certain rules, which was literally I believe it was a 50-foot. And it was only made better, and there might be a reason why they didn't have any more to gain or whatever. I can't answer that. And they have, since we spoke about the north end, and they had agreed to give another 25 feet, and knowing that it was already another 15 feet more away, it appears from the property line, the panels end at a much further distance from the property line than on the north end. So it may well, or it might be by the time we leave here tonight, that there is a guarantee that neither the south end or the north end, there will be no panels less closer than 100 feet from the property line.
I guess that's kind of what I'm wondering too, the request, I think it's, everyone's kind of going back and forth here a little bit. Is it 100 feet to the panel, or is it 100 feet to the planted buffer zone and then that?
Currently, it's 50 feet that the panels could be from the property.
No, I understand.
I understand, and so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The butter, or excuse me, the petitioner, to my understanding, on the north side provided for 75-foot minimum no cut buffer from the property line to the north side, and a total 100-foot distance to the edge of the arrays, right?
The edge of the panel.
100 foot from that north side is that's today's concession.
And a pretty good one.
And a
It would
75 foot.
would be 100 feet to the backside of the northern top.
Yep.
Thank you.
So is there already in place, because of that berm and stuff, is the southern end of those panels?
Southern Bergen already has more than 100 feet. It has a 50-foot no cut, and then has a whole another chunk there. I think we're probably 130 some feet on the southern end, the same as the eastern end, and we have a lot more on the West Main Road side.
Yeah, I understand all those. I guess I'm just most curious.
No cut means no cut. We're not going into no cuts.
Okay, so nothing's being touched. And then I guess really the other question that I just didn't get answered really is, well, I'm just wondering what the rationality is of why we would give it on all these ends and then say, well, we gave it on all these ends, but not to that individual. What that individual?
Because we did it. The no cut was around the entire site, except the northern site, we don't have shading issues on the northern site, so we can come right down to the fence line with trees. And that's what we did. So that's why the no cut, you know, where the light green is for shading. So we created no cuts everywhere. So the north always had a no cut from 50, almost to 90 feet. And then we just gave some more tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Nobody on line, right, Mike?
If anyone on Zoom wants to give public comment, you can raise your hand.
Not appear that there is anybody there. And I guess the question is, so one of you will have to make the motion. Yeah.
Can I just make a suggestion? Can we have Attorney Anthony please summarize the changes that the applicant has decided to make for us? So that we can have those on the record.
I certainly will. Thank you very much. I think the only condition that I've heard this evening that would be the 100-foot buffer to the backside of the panels, including a 75-foot no-cut buffer on the northern boundary. And I think that's the only difference, the only thing that was changed.
Right, because the south end already had
It does.
close to 130 feet.
More than that.
Yeah.
So I think I think that is good. I think that's my understanding of the only change.
This may already been there, but there was an operator discussion as well to, that the abutters can meet with the administrative officer.
Yes, that's
screening
actually-
plantings. Okay.
That is
great.
included.
Thank you.
Yeah, right in the note on the, already on this plan, if you look down at note 4.1, I think it's.
No,
right
that
there.
was corrected. You corrected, but to be with the town administrator if they wanted to have it.
To be very specific
Yes,
to where
yes.
those plantings.
So the
That's already.
once the town person has that information, a notice to the abutters would go out.
No, they'd have to reach out to the town administrator, and the town administrator could meet the landscape architect on site first, and then they could arrange through him to set the site.
Just like, he would be administrative officer.
Yes. Okay. So I guess anybody that would be interested in that would go to that administrator to ask to be notified once that information is available. But it's not going to automatically happen. Also, I guess the location of the transformers, if their consideration can be made that they are not as close to the property line so that that noise could be minimized, or do they have to be in
They're
a
gonna
certain
be
spot?
spread throughout the array, and that design isn't done yet where they'll go, but like I said, these are not, it's not a central inverter, or they're string inverters, they're spread throughout, and the decibels are from the spec sheets, and the town has a noise ordinance.
Yeah.
So if there's a noise issue,
Well, I think the noise ordinance is a decibel level
at the property.
that is a lot louder than we even think that these things could be.
Correct.
It's like a loud party, you know.
Right. So I think
all that kind of stuff.
testimony addresses noise.
Except for I feel pity for the people when you have this constant droning noise instead of people talking. But it is at nighttime that noise completely goes away. So if someone's sleeping at night with their windows open, they're gonna hear nothing, correct?
We also provided testimony that the noise is from different inverters, different
Right.
locations, so.
So the Melville thing, just like the Melville property being so blatantly in your face when you go down, doesn't mean that every other solar farm is gonna be like that. I do understand that.
Just to be crystal clear that when the no cut buffer moves to 75 feet on the northern property line, so does the vegetated tree line that'll immediately abut that as shown on this plan. The plantings.
Plantings would move to the edge of the no cut buffer.
Okay, right into 75 feet.
Correct.
Okay, would somebody like to make a motion?
Are you done?
Yes,
Yeah.
the only other thing I wanted to ask, and I know if I submitted a letter with with our application, I know typically what happens is you make a decision. Whatever that decision is, and then you have it approved at your next meeting. I asked in my letter if this could be recorded by your administrative officer, whatever you.
To issue the decision.
To issue the decision. Thank you.
It would take a moment to digest it, and somebody who would want to make a motion.
I'll make some comments. Chair. I think the process in my mind, it's been long, but I think that we've got some give and take on both sides. I think the applicant was able to help address some of the concerns that the abutters had. I know it's not in line with what maybe some folks had wished, but I do think he did compromise. I do think he's made an attempt to provide the vegetative screening that we asked for, and tonight's discussion about increasing the no-cut zone to 75 feet on the northern side, 100 feet to the panels, maintaining the vegetative planting. On that testimony, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the final plan for the applicant. West Main Solar One LLC, owner is August, trustee Regal LLC, also incorporate that if it does get a second and we approve that the secretary is allowed to sign, or the administrator also allowed to sign the decision so we can get it recorded for the applicant. I understand the time constraint. That's my motion.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Nay. Passes, right?
Oh, you don't need a 4 to pass.
Yes, 4, yes. 4.
Just kick the can down the road by.
No, it's denied. It's denied. Not approved, it's denied.
Can I mean, I think we've come in front of you and we made a lot of concessions. And we've come to final plan and we've been in the town for over a year. And it just, you know, it just seems that you've asked for a concession, we've given to them, and we got a denial of our project. You know, we've done a lot to satisfy the butters with setbacks and everything, so that's now concern about a vote that we just made.
In here too.
I know, but I have to worry about if this doesn't go through, what can happen to that land, and that's what drives me crazy.
You're not, we don't care.
Well, that's
We take them
famous
back
last
when it's
words.
going.
I would just like to say, one of the reasons that I voted against this project, I do agree the developer did an excellent job with the plan and making concessions. But as I look back at the ordinance, and a lot of this goes back to the last meeting, talk about the loss of forest, and if that is, so I know it's zoned industrial, you can do whatever you want, but that says, the solar ordinance says, you're building solar, you have to minimize the impact. So maybe this is not the appropriate site for that, because we're now, you know, impacting a huge swath of forest. So yes, the developer has a right to do whatever they want with that property, like with the zoning. If you're gonna clear cut it in parking lot, and you know, that's it. And then we can't say, you know, there's no statute that says we need to minimize the reduction to build a parking lot, right? You could pave right to, you could cut the trees right to the edge of the property. And that's, you know, we could be here with that, so.
Would it be appropriate, Vice Chair, if we asked for a continuance till the next meeting where we have the full planning board?
I would suggest that.
We need to get it through the solicitor. We already made a vote. We voted. I don't know what you
We voted. We voted.
I mean, if it gives everyone another month to have another discussion, I would make a motion to reconsider and continue to January. Second motion.
You can't do that. Prevailing factors.
Right.
Deny. Prevailing factors, the votes to deny.
So we have to come to just denial sign?
Yes.
Okay. We can't.
I am one voice and no more than that. But I do believe if the two other party members were here tonight, that it probably would have passed. And I think, and I hope it doesn't make it through, but I think in all fairness, they've done their due diligence and I, as much as it pains me to say so, that even though I agree it should not be tearing down the trees to put it, I think it should get the opportunity for I'd like to take a recess just for about 5 minutes if we could. I know that I'm not going to achieve my position. I think that, well, I'd like a 5-minute recess if I could. Yeah, I mean, that's the trick. It's not. Have short, short, short. We're short. Short. And it's not either side.
A big tree in the already. Oh, great, yeah, I'll see that. No, it's yeah. Oh, my original appraisal. Everyone has a 97. It's in the residential side. On the right, it's showing you how commercial, but that
That was hard.
It's responding
I was seeing what he was thinking.
It's five. One side. The right thing, sorry. That's the whole thing. It's not. So what's wrong there? Chair, I don't know. Okay, so. That's why. Okay, folks. We can all. Mr. Palat has to, there's nothing, I can't make the motion.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this to our January meeting until we have a full board panel, or at least a vote for the quorum.
I think what would happen is if Keith is not here, then it will be just like tonight, it will be.
Point of order.
Yes.
Point of order.
Actually, can I say?
Yes, sir.
The motion should be reconsidered. The vote tonight, continue, not just to continue, be voted. You know, someone on the other side vote to reconsider the vote that is 3-2 and continue it to the next meeting.
The only way you can continue this meeting is that someone in the negative must ask to reconsider their vote.
That's right.
We're aware of that.
Not to
Well, you
reconsider.
just did something that was unlawful. So, all right.
Wait, it's not to, come back, we're not done. You asked the question, but we have.
I didn't ask any question, I made a comment.
Okay, well,
I didn't make a motion.
yeah. We were trying to get to a point. There are two people here that voted in the negative. I was one of them. And
So the negative vote must ask for reconsideration.
and that's what he was doing.
That's what he didn't say.
I don't think he even finished.
Yeah, I was trying to get the proper terminology out.
Yep.
I would like to ask to reconsider the vote and continue to the January meeting.
With the understanding that if the person that's missing does not show up, then it will be done another budget.
That's, I think, motion to reconsider the vote. Put it on for next meeting, and then we're back to square one. We don't have to speculate as to what's gonna happen at the next meeting. Correct. The persons who voted in the negative or can reconsider their vote. I think.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the vote.
And continue to the.
Oh, that's what I said. And continue. That's what I already said.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question, please?
Can they, or
Let you, chair.
okay, yes, you can speak, but it's gonna
All
change.
right, no, I'm just wondering, so if the woman who's usually here
Yeah.
shows up
Yeah.
and she votes along with you and Seth.
Yeah.
Then it will be 3-3.
Right.
So what do you do in that case?
It's denied, they don't get to go. That's what you get, what you want. But you have to understand if she's here and she votes like the rest of them, then, and the reason, you know, I don't have to explain it, but the reason why there's a board, just because we have this lucky duck, chance tonight, that's not fair.
Just to clarify,
Yeah.
you voted to reconsider,
Right.
so Mr. Platt and Mr. Harding can also reconsider their votes.
As well, yeah.
Next time this comes.
The motion hasn't been seconded either, so.
So I'd be the one to second it, right? Because I'm the one who.
I'll second it.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
See you next month. Okay, number 8, applicant West Shore Solar LLC, owner of Carnegie Trail LLC, 1826 lot 13, 226 West Shore Road, preliminary plan application for the development of a large scale solar project. Continued on November 10, 2021 meeting.
Chair, I'm also going to continue my refusal on these petitions because of affiliation.
Oh, wait, before we get there, I was just teasing, right?
I accept that.
Okay, good.
I'm not sure if the camera is listening at home.
Oh, it's-
Well, you weren't called partners either.
No.
Well, fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Court Chappelle, on behalf of Bushards Energy Carnegie Trails LLC, who is the owner of the property. This property is a heavy industrial site. The last one was light industrial. I know the one on Union Street is commercial. I know another one is residential. It's a heavy industrial site.
It's approximately 36 acres, as you heard at master plan. And the proposed solar array takes up about 15.5 or 16 acres of it. The rest of the 20 acres is going to be maintained by Carnegie Charles, and it is designed that this 16 acres can operate on its own terms. The setbacks and design could be there, so even if lots were cut off for the farm, or they would be utilized by the farm, it does stand independently. I'm going to go over a little bit of the background before I get started, and then I have my landscape architect, Mr. Alverson, here. I have from Persona Energy, who's represented from the solar company, and I have Dan, and I never get Dan's last name. Samansky from Northeast Indiana. I am going to ask to do it a little bit different. Some of it, I just want you to be patient with me because I'm continuing to find myself defending my ordinance. I merely had input into this town to write, and I'm going to go paragraph by paragraph through it. But that kind of bounces back sometimes between the engineer and landscape engineer. I'll have three of them up with me to answer questions as we go through. The facts that I told everybody when we did this ordinance is there's pieces that are right for it. There are pieces that may not be right for it. I don't decide, you do. And you are correct that this ordinance says save the trees. And if you find that this is a site that cuts down too many trees, you have a right to do that. It's great. You want to spend some time on setbacks. My ordinance said minimum setbacks of 50 feet, 60 front yard because it's an industrial zone. But this board can look at it and say, based on topography, based on plantings, based on existing vegetation, that's not enough. We want it to be more because we're supposed to minimize the impacts. I don't think the council was right in going 150, and I want to tell you, I don't think they technically made it 150 forever. They made it 150 subject to sending it to committee and to meetings. It may end up that, it may not, but it might have been a very safe thing to do to make it 150 for future projects, because that was the biggest complaint, to see if it should stay that way or whether it should be banned from residential, to see if everybody can look at it. I'm reminding you again that it went to the council twice, it went to the planning board 4 times. It probably didn't get the rigor that it would get when it was proposed in the neighborhood and all those people came forward, but the system kind of worked. We've had a couple of them. Maybe you turn them down, one you certainly have already. Maybe you approve it, but you listen, you apply the ordinance. That's all I'm asking. This ordinance gives me the opportunity as a landowner, as an attorney, as a representative of this particular solar company to try to pitch it and say I satisfy it. If I do, I want your vote. If I don't, I want you to tell me what I can do. That's simple. So I'm going to go over just, Mike, can I do the aerial photos just to show you again? It's really easy to see what's up there first. I guess we can look at that, the overview map of the area. But from every direction, this is, when we talk about north, south, east, and west, we're always confused when north isn't due north. So this is from what I call the view from Baker Road. I'm calling that north. It's technically northwest. So what you see is the row of what once were cottages and are now beautiful homes along Baker Avenue. To the left, that street that you see running up through the picture is West Shore Road. The grass area and left to the side is a farm owned by my wife and I, and operated by a company called Slightly Unstables. And to the right, which is the west, is of course the water. And to the south is the Equipment Club, Carnegie Heights specifically. And the next slide. This is from Carnegie Heights. This is from the south looking north, exactly opposite of what was Baker Road. When we get through the ordinance, I'm going to point a bunch of things out. This is a drone picture that's taken from above. I need you to imagine down here on the street. When Carnegie Heights was built, that pad you see is 8.8 acres, I believe. That pad was a large 6.6 acre building with the gravel, with the driveways and collateral buildings around it. It is elevated 10 feet or so above the Carnegie Heights Road. So because of that elevation, when Carnegie Heights was developed, there was a concern that you were looking at the 35-foot, 6 acre building. It was an eyesore, it was the albatross in the room. So the developer at the time, Peter DeSavery, built that retaining wall that you see, which averages about 3 foot high. From that retaining wall is a tank that goes up another 4 or 5 feet. And he brought in large plantings, pine trees, some of which were 30 feet tall. They became thin, and when we get to landscaping, I'm going to tell you how we did that side. But when you talk about an opaque screening from the south, from the road, not from the second story of someone's house, but at least from 15 feet high from that road, it is blocked. It is solid, and we supplemented those trees, but we'll talk about that. Next slide. That is a picture from the west. That is Todd Chaplin from Mount Hope Engineering. That's his house you're looking over. Those are my fields, and you can see the distance to the pads. That large almost circle area to the left of the road and to the right of the road where you don't see heavy vegetation. Those were the original gravel parking lots, about 4 acres of parking lots that held 105 employees that were there in 1997 when I purchased. As high as 300 back in the Pearson days, I'm told, but 105 in 1997. Those cars came in at 7 a.m., 3 a.m., or 3 p.m., and the night shift. Industry has its benefits to a town. Industry has its detriments to the neighbors. I told you before, one of the reasons I'm involved in this project is once the resort and Carnegie were around us, I did not want industry right next door. This was a way to try to purchase the property and to get what I call a passive use. It might not be what others call a passive use. A passive use. If you want the economics of what it is for a landowner, I promise you, I flunked economics if you think owning land and renting to solar companies is the highest, best use of land. It is a way to try to punt and tie, pay taxes, pay off notes, and preserve land. It comes down to a monthly fee of, I believe, $70 an acre. You could, I'm sure, rent or sell anything you own in any part of town for 7 times that. But you add it up and you have a big parcel, you start to protect your land. And that's the purpose of being here tonight. Next slide. This is from the water. You can't really see topography much from the water, but you can see that slopes. So from the beach, there is a slope up to that pad. If you are in a boat, I'm pretty sure at the top of a mast, but I guarantee on a cabin cruise, first or second, you will never see that pad. You can't see that pad. You see the trees are higher than the water. I think there is pollution from the water. You look at a water view and look up maybe over at the boathouse and all of those units, you might say that doesn't look good from the water. From the water, you're going, there's trees, that's almost 500 feet. And when we talk about landscaping, we'll talk about the area and views. So from the north, south, east, and west, we're going to show you that we have substantial buffers to houses in all cases, except the west, which is my property that it abuts and one other. We have 200 feet, never mind what the ordinance says, never mind what the ordinance says. There's over 200 feet to property lines, not to roads, not to houses. If you go to the shore at 500 feet, you got a half a mile across the cruise for the nearest houses. On Carnegie Heights, you have over 50 feet to the property line. Then you have the berm that's about 32 feet wide. Then you have the 24-foot road. And between that, you can see all of so I think we're going to be able to satisfy you, but I am going to have my 3 potential witnesses come up here and get sworn in. And I'm going to go through a paragraph in a row, and I'll answer each question as it comes up in the ordinance. First, just introduce yourself.
Untitled Bond, your side here. 58 Soldier Road in Boston.
A little bit about Kearsarge Energy
Sure.
in your district.
Sure, Kearsarge, we were formed in 2009. I've been with the company since 2009. We're based in Boston. We own and operate solar projects, different than many developers that are before boards and Massachusetts, Brown, New Hampshire. We develop projects that flip to a financial investor. We not only originate and go through the stage of permitting, we also oversee construction and the financing comes from our capital. We own the projects long term. So we have over 40 projects at about 150 megawatts, over $1 million of projects that we own and operate out of our Boston office. And so we're the long-term interest, and so I think in many ways our incentives are aligned with landowners and also the community stakeholders, because we want to see the project built in the right way, because this long-term performance determines our success.
Excuse me, could I get your name and address again?
Sure.
And the name of, how do you spell your company?
KERSARGE Energy.
Mhm.
And I'm Everett, EVERETT. Last name is Tattelbaum, T as in Tom, ATELBAUM.
Kevin, you come introduce yourself first, please.
My name is Kevin Albertson. I'm a registered landscape architect. Office is in Whitford.
And you put this project, landscape architecture for this project as well as many other projects, is that right?
Correct.
Daniel Szymanski, registered civil engineer in the state of Rhode Island, from Northeast Engineers.
And I believe that both Daniel, Northeast Engineering, and Mr. Albertson have been qualified as expert in front of this board before, and I would ask that those two be qualified as such.
Make a motion to qualify the two members just testified.
Call for vote.
Okay, please, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Now, my representative may be an expert, but because it's his project, we don't usually qualify him if we ask him, right? All right, so I'm going to begin very quickly, and I really am. It's not going to take long. I'm going to go right through the order. Section A is the purpose and intent, and sometimes we get lost in that. Even when the town hall changed the ordinance, it didn't change the purpose and the intent. And the purpose and the intent says the town council finds that it's in the public interest and will ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the community through safe, effective, and efficient use of solar energy systems that minimize impacts on scenic, natural, cultural resources, increase resiliency, reduce the use of and reliance on fossil fuels for power production, reduce carbon and other greenhouse gas emissions of utility supplied electric energy, and provide clean, domestically sourced alternatives to our existing energy supply. The purpose of this section is to permit and facilitate appropriate size scales, and it goes on appropriate lengths. So your town council has told you, we like these, we just have to decide where. And I'm gonna say, if not, yeah, I'll say it 3 times, if not here, tell me where in this town. The second section just talks about the permits, and it says it's just that we have to get all permits here. Remember, that it's not just here that we have permits. We have electrical permits through the state, we have town building permits, we have all the safety precautions and more that are in place in every building in town, with solar having their own regulatory commissions and their own regulations. So safety-wise, although we have letters from the fire department, and we'll have testimony here tonight, these are heavily regulated uses under our state ordinances. The next section just says the sizes. This roof mounted and this small. This is a large array. Anything that's more than 40,000 square feet is a large array. This is a large array. It takes up about 15.5 acres, I believe, and it is 4.7 megawatts or under 5. It's an interconnect that you have to get approved at National Grid that we'll talk about, but it qualifies for a large array. When it qualifies for a large array under our ordinance, we then look to the ordinance and see how it will be regulated under our ordinance. Our next section says height. They're allowed to be 12 feet in height. Truth is, they're not all 12 feet height. I think you're going to hear these are less than 10 and 9 feet. We say 10 because I don't want to bump in the land and somebody saying this is wrong. But all panels are less than 10 feet. Now, again, this is an industrial zone that 35 feet is allowed. So I could build a 35-foot building without talking to you, without asking you permission, 50 feet from a boundary line, 30 feet from Tiger River. But much closer than all of these other codes. And the industrial, of course, would come with whatever traffic and noise we'll talk about. And maintenance that would be associated with the use. As a neighbor, I'm gonna tell you, I was there from 1997 to 2004 when Alvin Yachts operated that facility. It was less than Pearson Yachts, and most of you have been around as long as you remember, and it was a little smaller. But again, it was 105 employees coming in 3 shifts. Not like the post office, not like daycare, where you kind of screw in. 100 cars, 105 cars came in at 7:30, 100 cars left at 3. They came in at 3:40 and they left at 11. It had whatever smells were associated with fiberglass. It had whatever noise was associated with heavily operated machinery. I think I heard you say that ultimately the people in West Passage, they wish solar came there in front of something else. They can risk whatever they want, not my risk. I know what everything else was. I know what the solar is. I chose to try to control my destiny with solar. Mike, do you have the picture of the? I showed this to you last time. Well, that's one of them. That's in 1997. That's what I looked at across from my driveway. That is the same road you're going to hear we're coming in today. That's the 6.5 acre building that was 35 feet high that doesn't exist today. Those parking lots on both sides, this was after they closed. I can tell by that dirt pile on the right, which was where somebody scraped up all the gravel, but that was the view of West Shore Road. So on a before and after, if you compare it to now 10, 12 years later with what's grown there in 12 years, I get it. It's kind of overgrown and I don't see much of that anymore. The pictures of what we actually see today, but that's what it could be, and that's what it never will be when I'm looking at it. You go to the overview. So that picture is, I can tell from my house, that area across the road, the green fields, and a house down by the pond is ours. Most of that is the farm. There's that neighbor right in the middle of, you'll see the 2 parking lots. In those 2 parking lots, see kind of gravel piles. Thank you, Mike. Right across the street from the lower pile, the northern pile, there is a single family house owned by Ethereum, and then everything else around it is our farm. So there's about 2,000 foot of frontage. I am the abutter on West Shore Road. That doesn't mean that everybody driving West Shore Road is as affected as me. It's just that the closest house is generally 700 feet away, except for the Ethereum house. The Ethereum house you're going to hear has a 60-foot front yard setback, but it's not to their property line because the street's 40 feet wide. So it's 100 feet to the property line and over 160 feet to their house itself. And you're going to hear about the existing vegetation staying there and the elevations. You're going to hear we've designed a berm so that we are raising. So we make a 6-foot plant, 9 feet on day 1. That berm gets it higher than the road so that when you're driving down, it's instantly blocked. We leave the existing there and we put a complete new opaque screen behind the existing, because the truth is that existing was fine on September 15th and it gets a little thin in December because the existing is very trees that are very thin to get, that are very close. But when you take every leaf off it, I could certainly identify a panel if it was behind it. It would be obscure, it would be blurred, it would be set off the road, but it would not be necessarily opaque without the addition of either a berm or the vegetative buffer. So we begin on page 4 now, and it's yard setbacks. And the yard setbacks, as we said, under the ordinance, were set at 50 feet, but you have to apply the minimum. The minimum in industrial zones is 60-foot front and 50-foot sides. Why don't we start with Dan? So all along West Shore Road, Did we pull up the site?
Yeah.
The schematic?
Site plan.
And we'll put that site plan out. And then, Mike, can you pop to the overview again of the building that's there? So if you're looking now at the shape of that cement pad and the two gravel driveways, right? And the area that's cleared, and now go back to the site plan. You can see, I'm sorry, the photo array. You can see that there's nothing magical here. We are on the pad. Where there is cement, or the region here is not going to be as much cement, but where it is there, we are proposing panels. There is not a tree being cut in the gravel parking lot areas. There is not a tree being cut in the entire area of the pad. When you look at the overview, you'll see that there used to be a septic system just up from the pad. It is now brush, but it is my tenure there over the last 10 years. It is not mature trees of 6 or 8 inches. It's choke cherries and some scrub vegetation, briars. So it may look green from up above, but you can tell from the above pictures that we're going to show you that it's not forest. There's nobody on the planet that can call it forest. It's treed because it's growing in the 2 inches or 3 inches that have been let go for the last 10 or 15 years, or 8 to 10 years, I should say, but not forest. So did you design the site plan for this?
Yes, we did.
And you were told to maximize the area of cement and existing gravel, which DEM calls cement impervious for all purposes. Is that right?
Yes, so the proposed array is located outside of the existing forested area, to the point where the stormwater design, which meets Rhode Island standards, doesn't require basins because the current condition is primarily impervious.
Now, one of our concerns, which we talk about, so you're familiar with the surface water runoff issues that are contained in our ordinance and meeting the 100-year storm, is that right?
Yes.
Now, we're starting with almost the entire portion of the 15 acres, 12 and a half or 13 acres being impervious parking or pad or cement or pavement for traveling purposes.
Or well-packed gravel, yes.
And in those areas of gravel, in well-packed gravel, the plan is to remove that gravel, substitute loam, and plant meadow grasses. Is that right?
Correct. That is what our plans propose.
And how does that affect surface water runoff when you take that gravel area, remove the gravel, put in loam, and put in meadow grass?
So the fundamental point is that it slows surface runoff, which means it increases infiltration. So a parking lot has extremely fast runoff, a sheet flow, and a forested area, second best is a planted meadow, slows runoff, increasing infiltration back into the ground.
Now, in the area where the pads are, it's not fair that we are removing all the pads that were the buildings. Those pads are staying in place. All of the pavement and cement travel ways around the pads are being removed. Is that right?
That is what we propose.
But again, that's not only gravel, that's hard packed, or that's full impervious material that will then be removed, loom will be substituted, and meadow grass is planted to increase filtration. And based on all of that, we don't need detention ponds in the areas. Is that right?
That's correct. Given the details of it, there's 3 catchments in the areas, from just 3 different directions that the stormwater currently flows. We analyzed each one under existing and proposed conditions, and we do not increase that peak runoff under proposed conditions when compared to existing.
And Mike, can you bring up the the overview site plan that shows the pads and buildings a little better. That one. So this is gonna be difficult for me to talk you through, but if you look in the pad area. There you go. Where it says that potential subdivider. That the large area with the outline is the cement pad. Everything that was dotted and things are the gravel and roadways, or not gravel, cement.
Yeah. So
There's a difference between the pad, which is an 18-inch deep cement pad that was the floor of a building, and the 3-inch cement with the metal grades that were used for the travel areas. Is that right? All those travel areas is what we're calling, and the pads themselves are staying.
that is what we propose. The only one thing I should add to that is there's a CRMC jurisdictional line there. And so we currently propose to not remove a small amount of roadway because it is close to the sensitive environmental area.
That's in the upper left-hand corner. So CRMC not only cares that you put impervious material in, they care that you don't take impervious material out if it changes. But we are honoring the buffer, and it's completely designed to stay outside of the coastal buffer of CRMC, as well as outside all identified flag. Is that right?
Yeah, it's not just outside of their buffer, it's outside of their whole jurisdiction. They're staying far enough away.
That's 200 feet from the nearest coastal feature.
That's correct.
Right now, it's 550 feet, I think, from the water, but the coastal feature there's a coastal wetland identified between the water.
Which is a feature, like you said.
That's why. And so that line ends up 550, 60 feet away because it's 200 feet from the nearest point of a coastal wetland, because at one point drains were put into this because there were no rules. And a lot of this pad was drained down through culverts and dumped out. And because that dump formed a stream, and that stream entered the bay, that drew a coastal wetland. With everybody now, so we maintain everything in the ordinance, and I'm going to get back to that with landscaping when we talk about the buffers. Vegetated buffers must be a minimum of 30 feet within the yard setback where abutting residential and town center zones, and a minimum of 20 feet within the yard setbacks where abutting all other zones. There are no residential zones that we're abutting, but we're maintaining 30 foot in every direction. So we built this as if it were a residential zone because we've maintained that setback and the vegetative buffer inside. Lot coverage is in the ordinance, but what it really says is you have setbacks in this particular area. We're asking for no variance whatsoever for this ordinance setback, and that includes your interpretation of setbacks to say it is enough, but it does not impact the neighbors. Again, just going in order, but the applicant shall provide to this board the following documents. We have provided a full set of plans that everybody is reviewing and that have been dispersed. Is that correct? And they include the name and address information, the proposed system, the installer, the operator, landowner. Is that right?
Right.
And I'm the landowner, or Carnegie Trails is the landowner, but Kearsarge Energy is not only the installer, but they are the owner and operator. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, there is substantial experience with Kearsarge.
Yes, so Massachusetts never had, we have more than 40 operating sites that are similar. So
And
it's,
I don't know about the other applicants, but you actually keep yours and you own them.
Yes.
So from a landowner's point of view, there is accountability to the person you have a lease with on whether he actually owns it or on whether he assigns it. But you have to at least deal with me.
Yes.
Now, the part of the submission was that we do a project construction schedule, and otherwise being 8 months behind because of the difficulty of getting everything done these days. Assuming they were granted, how long does it take from the day you start to build to the day you could be up and running?
So as we included in the submittal from final permits, it's about a 9-month schedule. That includes 3 to 4 months of the final construction drawings for procurement and about 4 to 5 months of construction. And once we mobilize the field.
Now, it also says that we'll submit an operation and maintenance plan. And we have done that, and that's submitted in the materials.
Right.
So maintenance is important, not only to the town, but to me. How often does someone go down and check this for security reasons?
So we have 24-hour monitoring, which is remote, including live production from the facility. And also have a camera trained on the pads themselves to make sure the equipment is monitored. And then we have our visual inspections on site, the approximately monthly, and maintenance is quarterly, including the necessary vegetation maintenance. We don't want the grass to grow higher than the nails, that's in our interest. So we're very motivated to ensure that the vegetation is maintained properly, as well as the performance of the system. So if we identify any issues remotely in terms of production, whether that malfunction or a tree falls down in the corner of the array and you see the production drop, they'll be there in less than 24 hours.
Now, I'll let the landscape architect talk about the meadow grasses, but these are planted with grasses that fit our ordinance, which are grasses that are designed to grow in our region, but they're also low growing, slow growing, so that maintenance is minimized. Is that right?
Correct.
And the maintenance is, from what I understand, it's weed whacker teams.
Right. Mowing once a year, maybe twice in the summer.
So from a traffic point of view or a neighbor point of view, this has substantially less traffic in the year than that plant had in the morning.
By the full year, it might be 8 months.
We also submitted the rendering photo simulation, which we just looked at. Now, there's also evidence of compliance with any applicable state environmental regulations and state permits. I'm going to let Dan tell us about state. Again, we have stayed out of coastal jurisdiction purposely.
Right.
And we also have acquired all permits necessary from DEM. Is that right? What permits, if any, do we need from DEM?
So, because this would be larger than an acre of disturbance, this whole stormwater design will be submitted to DEM for review under their RICDES program.
So RICDES you do post approval, but any approval of this board would be subject to DEM approval of the RICDES permit. There's also permits for road cuts sometimes and things. The road cut being utilized is the existing driveway that has been utilized by Pearson and Alvin Yachts.
That's correct.
Since the 40s, right?
That's correct.
We also had to give an emergency response plan for public and safety officials. You'll find that in your packet. We also submitted the emergency plan as well as a full site plan to the Portsmouth Fire Department on December 6th of 2021. Captain Mark Reynolds wrote, in addition to meeting Zoom on Thursday, 12/2 with Andrew Bernstein from Kearsarge Energy, I have reviewed the submitted plans for the proposed solar project on West Shore Road. 2 areas of concerns from the department point of view for any ground-based solar array is access to the immediate area in case of an emergency inside the perimeter of the solar field and operations and maintenance plan. For the access concern, Kearsarge Energy agrees to provide an additional gate on the south side of the property in addition to the planned gate on the north side of the property. And for the operation and maintenance plan concern, and for the operation and maintenance concern, Kearsarge Energy submitted a plan for continued vegetation maintenance throughout the life of the solar array. The Portsmouth Fire Department agrees to both plans and has no issue with the solar array moving forward. As always, any questions or concerns, please feel free to contact me. respectfully submitted, Captain Mark Reynolds. I'd like to give this to the board to be marked as fulfilled. Now, I should say, which I think comes back to one thing we did a little while ago. There was a gentleman who asked, what happens if something doesn't work? Your ordinance placed in by Mike Assil at the request of this board, put in a violation section. And the violation section says it shall be unlawful for any person or entity to construct, install, operate, or modify an SES that is not in compliance with the provisions of this ordinance or with any condition contained in a permit issued with this ordinance. And what you say is, if you decide to approve it, I approve it pursuant to the plan. The plan specifically say what's going to be built, it has to be built, or it is a violation enforceable by the town through Article 7 of the zoning ordinance, which carries $100 a day to $500 a day fines for non-compliance after a notice. So this ordinance, we did put teeth in. Lots of things don't have. There are no teeth for the federally placed solar farm next to Melville School. It required no permits, it required no bonds, it required no fences, it required no discussions about permits. Everything you approve, and when an engineer signs that we meet the 100-year storm, if we don't meet the 100-year storm, we're in violation of what we submitted to you, and we're in violation of the ordinance because the ordinance says we'll meet it. So there is teeth in this particular ordinance, and there is a specific violation clause for the town to actually do it with zoning. You don't always have that with two neighbors. The one that we have on the other side of West Passage, one neighbor without permit went and changed a bunch of drainage. Had he gotten a permit to change the drainage and done it wrong, the town has standing to enforce that because we made it a condition at the planning board or zoning. When a neighbor just changes it, that dispute is normally between neighbors. And that, I was not going to insult him because I thought he was doing a nice job saying that is a civil matter and not for the purviews of the discussions that were necessarily happening. There's different standards depending on whether you come and get board permission and whether two neighbors just do something. So the board permission gives you the standard that you were looking for. The next portion of the ordinance, we're in G, says that a decommissioned restoration plan and financial security with supporting calculation will be submitted. You'll see in the package. They actually don't use today's standard. Most of the ordinance that I looked at use between 100%, 110%, and 115%. They're basically saying, if we hired someone to take this down today, it would cost $100 grand. So we need to post a bond for 110 grand. And I kind of think inflation can be worse than that, but there is a lot of reusable things in these, so it should carry the day. Our ordinance also different from the model ordinance. And remember, I wrote this before I was an owner, and before I even perceived to be an owner. It says the owner is responsible for bond fix. None of the other ordinance do that. They make the energy company, who's usually gone south after 25 years. That's why I want one that keeps their own projects. I want a guy that sells them. And then I put in the ordinance that the owner is then responsible. So I don't want to be responsible for taking this down in the event it stops operating. The bond needs to be put in place. The town needs to do their job to make sure the bond is in place. And the owner needs to do their job to check on it and say, boys, your bond's not down. So I think you might have more insurances in this one than you have in some others. As far as what happens if they go bankrupt while building it, that was a great question, but I don't know if we had the answer. The answer is it wouldn't be operating. It wouldn't be operating because you can't turn this on until you get a COC, a certificate of operation, that says from our building department, you have the state permits, you have the DEM permits, I see the as-built. It is done what you said, absolutely positively from the landowners and from the build and from this board. Landscape goes in prior to turning it on. You don't turn this thing on and then tell me you're giving me my trees next month. You have to have the plan in accordance with what the planning board passed. That includes your landscape plan before you flip energy. And we'll hear it from the horse's mouth instead of the horse's other end.
Yeah, we, as a condition, for example, with National Grid, for us to connect the project, we have to demonstrate that the building inspector in town has signed off on the project and given us a certificate of completion. And certainly as coordination, we can't get that unless we've met all the conditions in our permit, which include proper screening, and obviously proper building code inspections over the course of inspection. And so our bogey, if you will, is to get to that certificate of completion in order to close out permits from this board, but also to satisfy our requirement for National Grid. So we're not allowed to even turn on and operate and generate revenue until we close out the permit effectively.
Still,
Should have let you guys go first.
What's that?
Should have let you guys go first.
I kind of wanted it 3 times ago, because I think I could have demonstrated that this ordinance works. You might have demonstrated tonight that it works, but it works if we apply. I also, the next part of the ordinance is that we would submit the estimated annual tax revenue. So are you familiar with the tax revenue?
Yes.
And basically, the state of Rhode Island passed an ordinance that says for every kilowatt of energy produced, the town will receive $5,000 as personal property tax.
Correct.
So if you multiply that by 5 kilowatts or 4.7, it's approximately 25,000.
Correct.
Now, that has nothing to do with the tax on the land. Their land has a tax. If you look at your tax bill, you'll see my land got taxed as this, and my buildings got taxed as this. This $5,000 is the kin of the personal property section. So it's real estate plus the $5,000.
Let me just stay there 1 second. Did at any time was the value of property while that crappy building was up, was the value of all of that higher than what it is with the strip land? And because on some of these other things, strangely enough, the property was this, and all of a sudden it's gone way down, and the town gets a little money, but the town actually doesn't reap any more money, and it's actually a loss for the town.
Fair enough question, and I happen to know because I'm me, right? I happen to know because I'm involved. But in its heyday, the town has taxed the industrial area quite high. The industrial area, for those of us who are old enough, we had, when I was a kid, you walk through warehousing to get to Pearson Yachts, to get to Kaiser Aluminum, and through Montauk Point. And those were the 4 or 3 biggest heavy industry pieces, and Montauk was slated to be a large electrical plant. Right, wrong, or indifferent, when Carnegie came, there was a choice that industry's nice because it brings jobs, industry nice because it brings money, but this resort district brings jobs and money, also doesn't bring school children problems. All in favor, say aye. Not on the council, but I'm not complaining about it. I think Carnegie is an asset to our town. I think the beach club is an asset to the town, that you guys did it. I might try to keep it from sprawl, but I think they check a lot of the boxes. Once you did that, some of the other industrial pieces before me, the town recognized industrial land, it doesn't have the value that it had. And tax assessors must assess based on value. This property was for sale for a long time at the tax amount of 3.3 million, if I recall. Didn't sell. It dropped to about 1.5 million, as did a lot of vacant industrial pieces.
Is that what the town assessed or what it ultimately sold? So at
No,
some
that's
point,
what it was assessed. I bought it for less than assessed.
Right.
That's not relevant.
but let's
The
just say
assessed
before,
value is what.
if you never came along and that building was there and everything was left alone, at some point before you got involved with the solar farm, Was there a drop in the value of what taxes were?
When I got involved, the building was gone, this was for my personal thing.
Yeah.
And across the board, the industrial property dropped, including that piece. Okay, across the board. It happened at Raytheon, it happened in industrial, it's just, if they tax your house for $1 million and you think it's worth 500, you're the right to appeal it. And the standard is, we did an appraisal and you're too high. So the industrial came down, done by the Vision appraisal that does all of our houses. But the gentleman was right that I saw a drop in industrial and light industrial and commercial pieces. And this evaluation, we saw an increase in especially homes under $400,000. Now, if you go to Carnegie, some of the people that are there have houses assessed at, I believe, $3.8 million. They pay $16 per thousand. So that guy to spend 4 weeks a year in his house has got a $65,000 tax bill. So the aggregate of a bunch of Carnegie houses, I understand why the town likes resort, but you have to live next to the resort too.
And there was a plan that came a few years ago of developing that site, taking the building down, and there was a bunch of houses.
In 2009,
Yeah.
I handled for a group called Woodmeister
Yep.
and Jerry Conlon Group.
Yep.
And it was for 23 luxury condos. And again, 23 luxury condos tax-wise would have been higher than this, but it's also not necessarily preserving the land. It is what it is. All of these things are apples and oranges, but there was a approval that expired in 2017, the tolling statute ended with 23 approvals. It was then marketed by CRDC, I think it's the commercial entity group. They marketed it for a number of years. And that's when some neighbors with me got interested. I keep saying me, but it's not me, it's me and 2 neighbors.
There's been different comments about, the perceived loss in the tax base of these solar properties, and I don't know what the numbers are. Even if that were true, it doesn't mean a lot to me because you gotta look at gross and net. If you look at solar, what's the tax burden? Well, you're not a tax burden to, I'm not hiring more teachers, or police officers, or fire department personnel.
So I just want to, like Mr. Spelter said, that drop in property did not come because there was the whiff of solar.
No.
That there was some deal. It was something else that
Previous.
came along.
Yeah.
And because there's constantly that question comes up, oh, they're putting this in, and strangely enough, the taxes went down. It has nothing to do with what was solar. It was a decision that the town had made, or
They're usually across the board. And if you look at increases, if you saw an increase or a decrease in only the 8 houses that abutted solar or that were in a 10th of a mile of solar, I think you could ask Vision Appraisal, hey, is that the case? But when all $400,000 houses went up by 2.3%, or all $400,000 went down by 2.3%, you might say your taxes went up. It's like me saying my taxes went up because of Carnegie. I don't think they went up because of Carnegie. It's just all the taxes on houses went up, and mine went up accordingly. So just for a record, it also says we do the list of the butters by name. We did that. That was certified as an affidavit in the file that it was done by my office. There was a locus map that had to be done for the 1,000 feet that was submitted in the package. The development plans, all plans related to design, construction, installation, or modification of the system shall be prepared and signed and stamped by a Rhode Island professional engineer, or Rhode Island registered land surveyor for property line information, and or Rhode Island registered landscape architect for landscape information. In addition to the checklist requirements for the various stages of developmental plan review and major land, site plans shall contain the following. First, are all our plans signed by engineers, landscape architects, and land surveyors? that gives us, that came up again today. And how do I know? Well, you know, because you not only have to hire professionals, not me drawing it when I think it's 60 feet.
Right.
These are professionals identifying every distance and putting their stamp on it. And when their stamp is on it, they are personally responsible for that information if they get sued. The town might get sued, the landowners might get sued, but the engineers get brought in for the ride, and ultimately, I would venture to say, have very large malpractice insurances as conditions because of the value of that stamp and the dangerousness of doing something wrong with that stamp. So in the ordinance be built in, I would like to think that you had checks and balances. It also says that this board, if you see something and go, you know, doesn't smell right. We're all pretty experienced here, listening to the testimony of experts about whether there's a 100-year storm cover. You look at it and hear a lot of things from neighbors. This doesn't sound right. It's like waiting for water in there. Then this guy's leading on. You have a right to hire your own engineer and send me the bill. Now, I'm asking you not to do that unless you look at these and say there's a problem. And you certainly have Northeast Engineering who appears in front of you on a weekly basis or monthly basis. We use locals because there's accountability for it and because you hopefully have great respect for the people that have testified before you so many times before. But the ordinance gave you that power and you could do that in this case or other cases, all right? The class 1 survey site of the plan, Dan, is it a class 1 survey?
Yes, it is.
Proposed changes to the landscape of the site, temporary and permanent limits of disturbance, grading, vegetation, clearing, planting, exterior lighting, access points, emergency access provisions. The only thing that's not shown now that we will show on final to the satisfaction of the fire department is the second gate that they asked for. It basically just said, it's gonna be 15 acres, I'd rather not have one gate. I want a gate on the backside, and we'll have, we had planned for an access road to that backside. So we'll show you where that gate is. The letter didn't tell me specifically where the fire department would want it. Logically, I'm thinking, you know, not right near it, but a place where you get in the backside. So I'll clear with the fire department when they want that gate, and we'll get that gate put in. That would be, if you see fit to vote for the preliminary tonight, one of the conditions, that would be a second condition, one that the DEM permits is done, and one that the final plan with the blessing of the fire department show the location of the second gate that he requested.
And that gate would have to have a road that is maintained to get through there as well.
With an easement.
Well, yes, that road will have, I'm going to ask them what they want for access. Whether it's emergency vehicle, or a pickup truck, or a quad runner, or whether it's a fire truck, substantially different road. We are assuming because it's emergency, it's a drive for a pickup truck, not necessarily for a 70-foot fire truck that should be going to the main gate.
So the rest of the narrative thus far, like the requested vegetative maintenance and the eminent plan, that's already in there. All the other narrative that you've discussed is already in the package.
Already in your package, already reviewed by the fire department, and certainly subject for you to review between now and final. You may get a chuckle out of looking at the maintenance plan, because the first one submitted was called landscaping. And there was a picture of farmlands. In fairness, I'm a farmer, so that's a possibility. I didn't want to approve that landscaping. I didn't think anybody has a problem with landscaping, but my wife, if you put lambs inside that fence and one coyote gets them, they're going to be living in my house. And I don't think lambs are going to do well down there. So I said, you're on the weed whacker patrol. We might try lambs, but I'm not putting that as a condition of the approval. They also have farmers that have to come down on a daily basis and water, because there's no water on the property, and feed. And I told you that one of the things that we were trying to do as neighbors is limit the traffic. So why would you add necessarily a farmer on my road early on? But it's really about the priorities. I was going to be here to tell you that, but I promised that mention. the proposed changes to the landscape, there's no grading changes. This was all, what do you call it, butchered or groomed back in the day. That entire pad was already cut into the hill and it's already laser level because the whole thing was a slab on the buildings. So there's no real grading, the wall that's going on. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, we don't have significant proposed grading. It's not required for the array or the stormwater.
And the lines of disturbance are shown because the disturbance, other again, there is, like, can you, the cursor on this area that doesn't have the pad. So, well, actually, where the cursor is a cutout. That's a bank. There's about a 10-foot elevation, but that's where it was cut in, and then it gets level top. We cleared that area and put no panels there because if you were standing down and looking up a hill, you might see those panels. By moving those panels back, it left two things. One, it left me a farm building up there that I showed design review, a Morton type building that we could put up there. And also the building on the hill looks natural like a farm. Solar panels on the hill did not. The building got blocked from Carnegie. When the landscape architecture comes in, you'll see that those green trees on the bottom that are being planted are also planted on the hillside so that you don't have, so you have an opaque view. Now again, opaque view from ground level is fine unless that panel starts on a hill 10 feet up, and it doesn't. So we bring the trees to the base of the panels and we account for topography so that even those upper panels, and then set them back with our own individual setback interior, put a building in there and keep the farm look while still utilizing that piece. Why did we cut down any trees, whether that, and Mike, can you just point to the area that's just down, right, that area there, why is that? And that is the old septic system. So it was already cleared of trees. And it's brush. There's no trees in there, so 10-foot brush. And then to connect it, there's a small set of woods where that box is. I call it woods. I'm telling you, it's choke cherries, approximately 2 to 3 inches in diameter at best. To connect where the two panels are, so it comes in. So there's less than, I had to guess, 5% of forest by anybody's definition, no forest by my definition. If you walk the property, you'll call it scrub, brush, and vegetation. You won't call it forest. But that's why it connects. The other reason it connects is the economics. And again, I don't know if this is much of this petition, but because you might see this, there's economics of solar. For the landowner, he gets kind of the same thing. But the builder has to decide how much for what they call an interconnect. It's a study that tell us the interconnect.
So the longest lead in our development process is working with National Grid to get their approval to interconnect the facility. And what often happens, and kind of more and more, is the cost for that interconnection is the one of the most expensive parts of our project. Maybe what let's get there is we require enough panels out there to justify the cost of what it takes for National Grid to connect our system. And so they'll look at it, and whether we put out 4 acres of panels in most cases, or 12 or 14, they're gonna charge us in the hundreds of thousands of dollars because the equipment required back at the substation and the metering at the site. And so to get to the scale necessary to build the project to justify the cost of National Grid, you need to get to the critical mass.
So we began this project on just the paths, with me keeping as much farm as possible. And the internet connect study comes in at X dollars. Then you have wiring that has to run from this to those things. And those are fixed costs. That cost is the same generally if you put up 2 panels and make $4 worth of electricity, or you make 15 acres of panels. So there's math that says, and they were straight right from the beginning, I need 4.7 bags if this is my interconnect cost and this is my cost of running lines. For those of you in Middletown almost lost it. part of the Big Blue project because of the cost of running lines. It was $1 million to run lines from the old tank farm to Jefferson Lane.
Wasn't there a big serious cable that came to power up the facility that was there? I always thought you guys.
For us.
Yeah, for you guys. There's
Great
a beauty
advantage.
that you can,
And,
huge
and,
advantage.
and probably one of the reasons why this ordinance says industrial old sites are better is because industrial sites take 3-phase electricity. They have to have it. They don't have 1.5-inch water lines or pipe. I mean, everything they have is built industrial. The roads on Willow and industrial are 50 feet wide. West Shore Road is wide. Everything about them is built industrial. So the telephone poles in the Middletown project, the neighbors on Brown's Lane had an issue because they had regular residential poles. When you were going to put power there, the discussions were that you had to pull out every pole. And instead of a 25-foot pole, I had to put in a 35-foot pole. And a 25-foot pole was 14 inches in diameter. A 35-foot pole was 18 inches in diameter. So everybody's yard was going to get done up. Every set of trees had to get pruned. We have 3-phase. It's going on existing poles. So this is the advantage of this particular site, which hasn't even come up at the other places, that you don't have to shut East Main and West Main Road down for 6 weeks while you're putting poles in to run these things.
Right.
So I mean, it may be a good spot for our ordinance to put this here, but it happened to be a good spot for them. They knew and calling me that, hey, by the way, buddy, you have a spot that's good for us.
And we still went through a 7-month process with National Grid, and they fully studied the project and signed an interconnection services agreement. It's called with Kearsarge at this point. So those economies and that the details Court's discussing about the pole replacements has been fully, the next study done by National Grid, we paid for that at risk to get them to complete the study. So we came here with confidence that there's not a risk National Grid's going to change the story, or it's not an uncertainty.
So I'm gonna leave landscaping and talk to Kevin a bit, but this is a portion of the section that also talks about fencing, vegetation, and other structures. So first, vegetation, where we are clearing brush or trees or loomed areas will be seeded with meadow grass and planted and de-rooted and stuff. Is that right?
Right.
And where we're removing pavement and gravel material in the parking lots and the cement aprons that aren't 18 inches thick will also be loomed and seeded, correct?
Right.
The fences will be 7 feet high because that is what the code for the state electric says, even though our ordinance says not less than 6. Turns out the state code was a foot high.
It's National Electric Code, which then goes to our insurance, and our electrical engineer stamp is required.
We went to design review, and there really there's a letter that needs to be implemented, and I'm not asking you to deviate from what they did. But because we went Tuesday, I just got it when I got here today, because it's hot off the press. It said that along West Shore Road, they'll have a black fence. Apparently black. There was no discussion of that. It was just there. I don't know if it was there because they put it in the other petition. If it was a mistake, I'm gonna ask you just to, when I ask you to approve this, I'm gonna ask you to incorporate theirs, but I may go back to them and say, was this a mistake? There was no discussion. Or I may ask that the berm be put in with the trees and then show. Apparently, when I showed it to Prestige Energy, black fencing twice as expensive as regular chain link. But I need you to understand that I did not want to see the fence. This fence is not, the landscaping is not behind the fence. There is the buffer, then the berm, then the opaque screening, then the fence on the other side of the berm. So I don't plan to see the fence. So if I can ask design review to say, I know you made it black, but I don't think anyone's going to see it. Can they reduce their budget by making a claim? I will come back to you. They didn't, clearly they thought that West Shore Road would be a black fence, which I think maybe they were trying to help me for all I know. And the fences in the other areas where there's clearly nobody that can see them, there was regular fencing. So the question is the price difference and whether or not they meant to say that to you. If they did mean to say it, we live with it. If it was, we were really trying to, already copying the one we wrote last week, then I'm gonna ask them that, because I assure you, I was there was not a single discussion of, the only thing about the fence was we discussed that we would see. But we would live with it if subject to us asking. All right, exterior lighting. No lighting on the project. So again, from a guy living next to an industrial building and a guy living next to security lights for the industrial building, I find this substantially better from the neighbor's point of view with no lighting than with. I think we're gonna go into the electrical, but we heard tonight about the structures other than the panels. So first I want to talk about the panels. The panels are 10 feet high or less, we believe, than 9 feet. Is that right? Right. Your ordinance, this is important because I need a variance on this. Your ordinance, when we get to it, says that all electrical lines connecting between the panels will be underground. Our proposal is that every electrical panel that is done on a pole system, which is what we keep hearing about in all these projects, we dig a fence pole, we anchor a pole into the ground, and the panel is mounted on those poles. On the area where there's pads, these are mounted on what's called a ballast system. It is a framed rack and then a weight put on that rack designed to meet the hurricane standards of 120-mile-an-hour winds. But in a brownfield where we don't want to take up the slabs, we don't want to necessarily be cutting 4-inch channels into the slab. So can you explain the aluminum?
It's a cable tray, it's a product, you use it on landfills and brownfields, I've done it all over lately. And what this does is allow us to connect the panels themselves, as Stuart described, and bring them back to the pads and the inverters that go to the utility. It's effectively, it looks like a ladder that's raised off the ground. That's in these sections of the array where we can't go subsurface because of the.
So this ordinance says specifically, underground, unless we explain to you and convince you that there is a reason in certain cases. This is not saving money reason, this is not a cheap reason, this is on top of cement pads. We don't want to cut those pads up and disturb the blueprint and drawing of the SES showing the proposed layout of the system has been provided. 1 and 3 line electrical diagrams detailing the system have all been provided. They're a little complicated, but they are all there for review.
And as approved by National Grid.
They're not only approved by National Grid, but you have to have all the building permits and state electric solar permits with all inspections attached there too, prior to turning anything over. Is that right?
Right.
Documentation and equipment spec sheets for the major system components to be used, including solar panels, mounting system, and inverter. Let's start with the solar panels.
So this is all included in the package. The panels themselves are polysilicon, which is the industry standard. It's passive technology. The racking is a steel structure manufactured in a company called RBI in Cincinnati. And the inverters are, they convert the electricity from DC current to the AC, which are lines in the street. There was discussion earlier, obviously, with the inverter technology, which these on this system are similar to what was described earlier. They're string inverters, so they're smaller units as opposed to the central inverter it's called. And those are 3 main components, and they each come with a long-term warranty.
But our ordinance specifically says that this board can consider locating them as far or to the interior of the petition. Didn't we in fact locate it to the interior of the petition?
Right.
So all of our pads.
If you follow the access road to the most interior section where the turnaround is, there's a pad right there where transformers and inverters will be placed.
So that's going to be not only the 60-foot setback, but almost 300 feet. And you are correct that 55 to 60 is what they said. If you pull up the Yale decibel chart, you'll find 55 to 60 is a dishwasher and a refrigerator at 1 meter. So yes, your refrigerator, you can hear at 1 meter. I don't think you can hear your first refrigerator at 50-foot setback, because you can hear it 300 unique dogs. And then, so also research by landowners in determining what would fit as a good neighbor. So the inverter is the mounting system. The mounting system on the cement pads is a ballast system for mounting, which is a framework with weight.
Right. It's a precast concrete block, it's engineered with the proper weights and loading, stand by a structural engineer. It's just going to be deployed on probably 15 sites. We did a super fun project with URI in town South Kingstown with the same exact racking assembly, where it's a precast block. It's 6 feet by probably 3, depending on the engineering. And the racking structure, the steel that holds the panels, is bolted to that concrete block. And we call it a ballast block, is or described. It's there to literally not allow the solar to move and calculate it with the wind and snow loads as necessary per code. And then off the concrete slab is a driven post, which looks like an I-beam, a guardrail on the side of the highway. The machine drives those in to the engineered depth depending on the soil conditions, and that's what holds the rack up. And the ballast costs us more, but obviously in condition with the ground field, it still costs less than digging through the ground field to put a slab to the blade of wire.
That steel frame is heavy galvanized, I would say.
So me and my neighbors aren't gonna have solar panels in our front yard after.
One problem we do.
All right, now we get into kind of a bit of the ordinance that I think you spend most of your time on. So we get into the site conditions. So general siting. Solar energy systems shall be located, constructed, installed, and operated to minimize potentially adverse impacts to nearby properties, natural resource, and/or individuals. Impacts to be minimized include, but are not limited to, those locations and habitats for animals, including birds and plant species of concern and habitat forest fragmentation. Let's move down. Were you instructed to keep this not only out of the coastal area, but out of, not only out of coastal buffer, but completely out of coastal jurisdiction, so that there were no issues to what at least I consider the bay or the central resource?
Yes, the entire array is outside of their jurisdiction.
And it's outside of all wetlands, is that right?
Yes, it is.
So we are not sitting here saying, the heck with the frogs, we're trying to go across it or inside buffers, is that right?
That's correct. There are no wetlands in the area of the array.
No variance is required. As far as other natural resources on the site, it's kind of been decimated and it's a giant cement pad and parking lots. Did you find anything out there of any natural significance that we should be concerned with, other than the bay and wetlands discussed?
No, using my experience from previous projects, we've occasionally looked for natural resources such as certain old growth timber that harbor certain species. I can assure you none of that is in the area of the array.
No special animals found or endangered species that are.
Not a biologist or zoologist, but I can say that the area is currently heavily disturbed. It is the southernmost area that is least disturbed, and I've laid eyes on that as well and would characterize it as scrub.
And again, those studies have not only been done for this project, but your firm has been involved in just about everything to Newport Beach Club to one direction and Equipment Club to the other. And
yeah,
those species have never been identified.
Yeah,
or challenged.
Yeah, we commissioned flagging the nearest coastal feature. Those were our flags shown along all that, and those biologists that were on site years prior never brought up any unique condition in the upland here.
Now, I have an opinion whether animals run across this path, but despite the fact that it's was at least all cement. The ordinance calls for our fencing to be raised off the ground to allow animals to go under it. I think the ordinance calls for 5. I think the design review letter you see in the package asks for a greater number, so by incorporating the design review letter, 6 or 7.
I think it's 6 in the ordinance.
Did they ask for 6? I thought they asked for 7.
Oh, 5 inches to 11, yeah.
I thought it was 5 in the ordinance and the letter wanted 6, but whatever the design reviews asked for was acceptable to us. So acceptance of the design reviews criteria. Which is 6. Right. Yeah, design review was 6 and the ordinance was 5. Not less than 5. Guess we're back to. When I wrote this, I probably should have put it in order of references and not general requirements. Industrial standards, the solar energy system shall be manufactured and designated to comply with applicable industry standards as may be amended from time to time, including but not limited to the American National Standards Institute or ANSI, and other appropriate certified organizations as may be required by federal, state law, and utility regulations. Again, it's Rhode Island, everything gets approved by the grid. Everything has a statewide permitting for solar in place, and we apply and are requesting no variances from any regulation. The interconnection, we talked a little about this, but the solar energy systems connecting directly to a distribution or transmission system must submit a copy of the preliminary interconnection study with the electric distribution company, which in this case is National Grid. Any off-site impacts of infrastructure or upgrades necessary to enable the system shall be identified, especially any impacts to existing streets and trees which may be impacted. That is exactly what we were talking about. If you have to go 3 miles to the substation and you're in a small residential neighborhood and all those telephone poles need to be replaced, and that could replace all the trees that have branches winding in between those. None of that for us.
Right, I think for a National Grid study, if they'll install meters at the project, and at the substation, they'll be installing equipment at an existing substation, but all the poles between the site and the substation are.
No effect on the rest of the town. And on this property, it would just have the standard equipment necessary to tie into the grid system. And on the other end, the interconnect study. Your interconnect study has been granted. They make it a prerequisite because they don't want to work, only to find out that National Grid said they couldn't have it. So you have to have at least a preliminary determination in advance. We have that and it's part of the package.
Just being done beyond from there, that they fully approve the project, National Grid's fully approved.
Land clearing. Whenever practical, clearing of natural vegetation shall be limited to what is necessary for the construction, operation, and maintenance of the solar energy system or otherwise prescribed by applicable laws, regulations, and ordinance. The disturbance and removal of topsoil from the site shall be limited to those areas that are required for the installation of the solar energy system. The applicant shall utilize cleared land or that which minimizes the impact on forest and habitat. You don't need a good lawyer on this one. That is not forest, not habitat. We utilized 100% of the bad land for this and minimize the amount of land that has loam, whether it's treed or the old septic system. Is that right?
Right, for previously, sir.
And you also, this ordinance says you won't strip the loom and take it out. That's all a problem. Not only is there no loom being stripped out, we got to bring a lot of loom in because we have to loom the areas where we're removing the cement and removing the gravel. And that might be 3 or 4 acres when we add it all together. Security fencing, we've talked about a little bit. It said 6 feet high, ours is 7. The only thing, again, I'm going to ask you is to incorporate the design reviews view that will go higher than the ordinance says by that inch, if that's what they want. The ordinance says 6 feet, they wanted 7 feet, perfectly acceptable. But as to the black fence along West Shore Road, I'd just like to reserve my right to ask them if they meant to put that in or if that was a carrier. Buffer areas and screening, you're up. I'm going to start by giving you the standard, then I'm going to quickly show you pictures and tell you what we're doing to meet that standard. natural vegetation or additional landscape screening shall be provided as determined by the zoning board or planning board, depending upon the existing land use on the site. Remember, it would have gone to zoning board if it was a residential area, planning board is if it's a industrial or light industrial. Depending upon the existing land use on the site and the adequacy of the site's natural vegetation or lack thereof to mitigate impacts to public views, scenic roads, and abutters. The planning board shall have the authority to set site-specific width of buffers, heights of plants at planting, and to require an opaque screen to adjacent properties and or public roads. If required by the planning board, the landscape shall be prepared by a registered landscape architect. So when I said I believe this ordinance gave you the power, I think it gave you the power. And I think you may have utilized that power a couple of times recently. But here, now, I want to go over what we are doing. It's easiest for me to go in 4 directions. So Mike, again, could you bring up the Baker Road slide? The first picture. For acclimation purposes, this is north. This is the north side of the pad. Okay. What you see is vegetation. That vegetation along Baker Road, there's 5 residential house lots there. At the back of those lots to the pad is more than 200 feet. We're leaving the minimum 30-foot of vegetated buffer. We're trying to do that 50 feet from the fence. I want to drive, again, Carnegie Trails is a horse farm. I want to be able to buy horses around the perimeter. The fence has to be cleared anyway, so to put it in. So by leaving the 20-foot area around the fence, it gives them some shading or areas. And then by leaving 30 feet outside of that, I get to have the trails that I want to go around it, and we get to make sure that the buffer is maintained. Now there's 400 feet or 500 feet from this direction. No current plans to do anything, but in the future, I want to put in the plans that I guarantee the 30-foot vegetated buffer plus the 20-foot or 50-foot outside fences, even though it's 500 feet to property. On that side, Kevin, there are some trees that you have proposed. Correct. Can you go through what you have done there on that side and tell us what you proposed? Sure.
Can I ask one thing before you get going? We're gonna end this tonight at 11:30.
I'm gonna move it and be done. In
Okay, and I just didn't know if there's anybody sitting out in the audience that wants to be able to come up in order so we can make a decision. Is there anybody in the audience? Mr. Sullivan?
Christian Sullivan, 799 Union Street. I just kind of want to quickly say that I know it's painful. I know it takes a really long time to do it like this, but my hand kind of goes off to core here. I mean, just crossed checked all the boxes. And I really look at these things pretty hard. I know I speak against a lot of these kind of things, but coming from, I mean, I'm a little new at the game. I'm young, I'm young, and I'm trying to preserve land and do all the right things, but you got some things about heavy industrial. I don't know what else we can do with it. It's just tricky. It's tricky to do it, and I mean, I think it's a really good use of the space, and from a wildlife corridor perspective, from visiting the site, from looking at this from every angle. Yeah, I'm in support of this one. I don't know of a better use of it. So that's kind of all I want to say.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Back up for.
I will move on. So, but I do think that this is important. So those trees on the south side, they're the vegetation where those trees are proposed when you go back 30 feet wasn't as thick as some of the other areas.
That's correct.
So we wanted to make sure that right from the get-go, if somebody left 30 feet would have vegetation there. So we identified all the spots where natural vegetation would be thin if somebody cut 50 feet away.
That's correct.
That was one of those spots.
That's correct. In addition to that, on the second sheet of this plan set, there's a detail for supplemental plantings that we reserve the right to be able to add additional plantings in increments along that buffer as well as the south, should it be necessary, for the same exact reason. But when we walked the site, that was the place in particular that we identified with some older trees that look like they may be failing in the future. And so this is a place to be able to supplement them.
So this area is an area where there was never really development. So there are older trees in this area that are specifically being preserved. And if you looked at the pictures that we saw before, if you got Dick's pictures from down low, you see below mature trees, if there's not a lot of underbrush. If you get a second story drone view through the thick branches, that's more protected. The evergreens behind them block it not only from the low view, but the high view is from the higher trees. So you combine, in my opinion, the larger trees for your taller view, and depending on how bad the underbrush is, those lower trees instantly provide that. And we have a lot of deer down there, so quite frankly, at 4 feet, you can see a long way. At 6 feet, you can't. There's a lot of low stuff. So that is designed to protect whether you're standing there looking from ground level or.
That's correct. The topography in that area actually helps us as well.
Now let's go to the the largest area, which is have the West Shore Road view, please. Oh, you leave that one up over a lot of, that's right. This is the Carnegie Heights that I talked about. That is the road known as, I think it's Carnegie Heights Drive. That is a road that is at the base of the retaining wall that you see. Those are stones. Those stones are fairly large. That averages 3 to 4 feet high to the stones. Then there is a earthen berm that goes up from those stones to the base of those trees that you see, and then there are all of those trees. So from that direction, not only at ground level, but almost half of the story anyway, there is a opaque block. Now, I think the ordinance was supposed to have flexibility, because that's not on our land. So do you say, hey, on that side, court, you gotta put a 50-foot buffer on, we have a 50-foot buffer, but you have to put a vegetated buffer there to make it opaque. If I plant the vegetated buffer on my property line, I start at 8 feet below the top of the berm. And if I put in a 4-foot tree, 14 years from now, you're gonna get some relief. So instead, you heard from Michael Barone, who was the chairman of, or the head of Carnegie Heights, when we were here for preliminary, who stood up and said, no, court came to us and said, rather than plant at the bottom of the berm, what do you want to make your berm opaque, and we'll pay to plant trees on top of your berm. And if you shoot me down, I planted some trees for now. But we paid money, hired All Island Landscape to utilize the neighbor's landscape architect to say, what do you want? On us, please be reasonable. And they have been complete gentlemen, completely honorable. They went in, they cleared out some of the dead stuff. They identified where some eastern pines and things would go. They came in and put them in 2 Mondays ago. It's all paid for. And they, I believe, we not only meet the ordinance of an opening on their property, but clearly worked with the neighbors to get permission to do something that they could have certainly had an objection to. If you recall Mike's testimony, he was one of the guys saying, I'm more worried about what will be there. And at 8 or 9 feet, I know I can block it. I remember the building there. I couldn't block that building. This did not block a building. This does block a 9 foot.
Court, sorry, can you go back to that?
Yeah.
So the pad goes, basically, it's hard to see, but the pad goes right to the backside of those trees.
The pad goes right to the backside of the tree.
And that's your property line.
right to the backside of the trees, but there's still a 50-foot buffer of pad, that there's no,
So you actually have pad that you're not even gonna be able to utilize, because it's in that 50
Yeah.
feet.
but that luckily is the pad that's not, it's not pad, it's roadway that we get to pull up. There's some small pads there, there's a whole series of buildings there, but we can kind of cap that and ride on it. But yeah, there'll be, we didn't use, like, we call that a 50-foot buffer, but then that berm is 20-some feet wide, and then there's a shoulder, and then there's the road. So together, it's a long distance. But we didn't use that and say, let's go right up to it because you can't see it. That would have required a variance, but this ordinance says a minimum of 50 feet. And I said, well, I think 50 feet is adequate there. I think this is a very good example of where 50 feet is adequate, but we didn't ask for a variance and we kept that 50. Even though, like you said, it's cement and kind of a waste of space. But remember, my goal as the farmer there, I need to be able to ride around these fences. And I need that 50 feet from my corridor and wildlife corridor to go around. So that was part of one of our requirements. Right. We also have some supplemental plantings on that side. Can you bring up your slide now?
You could bring that L1, I think it is. Yeah.
Again, I call this south looking north. North is actually a little bit of name.
So the area that Court was just mentioning is that area in pink that's kind of highlighted there. That's that berm and wall area that fence supplemented already to density the buffer. But at the, we'll call it the southeast and southwest corners of there. On southwest, there's some areas there where it overlooks where the clubhouse is and the tennis courts and things are. So in addition to the berm that's being planted there, those larger trees that were planted a number of years ago, there's some attrition that's happened in those. So we're proposing some supplemental evergreen buffers along that corner. And then also along the southeast, you'll see there's a number of plantings that are all planted in there. That's when you come down Carnegie Heights Drive, and the road bends to the right. If you bend down in that area, the hill goes up dramatically up to the right, in that area.
Base of the berm.
Yeah, it's basically, the berm kind of ends and sort of flares out at that point. So with this design with the supplemental plantings, there are some areas that, again, there's some attrition of some trees that are in there that we just felt that this was a better place to be able to add to that, to the opaque screen in that area, where we could, where it wasn't going to be hindering any of the shading of the solar panels, but it's a mixture of evergreen trees and deciduous trees, so it'll actually look like a continuance of that berm that's there currently, rather than just sort of a green wall at the top of the hill.
And we'll identify this on the west shore berm as well. But when a berm is straight and when you're looking straight at it, it hides a panel. But when you're coming up on the berm, you can look behind the berm and see panels. So at the ends of the berm, we have wraparounds that keep you from seeing them if you're not straight in front of them, but from an angle. With that, let's go to West Shore Road up there.
So you can see along West Shore Road, and there's a detail on sheet L2 as well. So that's the existing entrance drive that comes in there. But you can see in this area photograph along West Shore Road, and this is a little bit older area, there's a building still there.
And you're up too, I think, too.
Yeah. Actually, we could look at L1 first, and then we would skip to L2. You'll see that there's that area along West Shore Road, so basically the northeast edge of the property. There's the existing probably 10 or 12 foot area that's packed with sort of pioneer species of birch and cedars and saplings and maples and oaks and things. That's actually grown in fairly well over the last several years. So the plan is to keep that and to install a berm on the back side of that, which will range between 18 inches and 36 inches in height, basically to be able to make sure that we're maintaining a height that's higher than or equal to what the road is, so we can get the full height of what we're proposing as supplemental trees and a dense evergreen buffer along the back side of that existing vegetation that's to remain. And as Kurt was mentioning, along at the southeast corner and at the northeast corner, you can see that we've wrapped the plantings around, and the berm actually wraps around the property so that there's not going to be a point where you're sort of looking down the back side of the berm. So it was a critical point to us to look as you're going up and down West Shore Road for the people that live in the neighborhoods abutting that. So on sheet L2, you'll see there's a cross-section detail that down at the bottom of the sheet. It's underneath that sharing, screen share box. This is a typical cross-section through that area. So you can see on the far right, that detail, there's that vertical dashed line. That's essentially the edge of pavement. So the western edge of West Shore Road. Then there's about a 10 or 12 foot grass shoulder that sort of slopes down towards the project site. And the project site generally slopes down, is lower than West Shore Road along there. Exception in some areas, but generally. So then we'll have that area that is existing of about 10 to 12 to 15 feet wide of existing vegetation. Then we're doing that again, that berm on the back side of that, that'll be planted on top with a dense evergreen buffer. Mixture of shrubs and trees, and also some understory trees. So again, it doesn't look like a green wall that's sitting behind something. And then the fence will be in the project site of that. So you can see, as Cor was mentioning before, the fence, we're not anticipating it actually being able to be seen at all.
You see the gray vertical line to the left of the berm, that's the fence.
Correct, yes.
And again, because the berm is 3 feet high on a 7-foot fence, paying a lot for black fence, but you only see a couple feet of through 2 separate vegetative screens. Can you show the existing vegetative screen?
Yes.
They're not my pictures,
Oh,
Mike.
they're exhibits.
They're exhibits. Did you bring them?
Yes, you should have one.
They're exhibits we use on.
EX1 and EX2. So EX1, this is actually viewing northbound along West Shore Road. You can see that buffer. Look at the top image there. What you're looking at is that dense buffer of birches, which granted, you know, there's some cedars and other things that are speckled in there, but granted, in the wintertime, there's a lot of leaf loss. So the intent is to provide additional evergreens on the backside of that. So as you can see the picture on the bottom there, again, these pictures were taken in August or early July, so there's a lot of leaf cover on there. But you can see there's some additional evergreen trees that are planted behind there. And those trees are going in at a height of about 8 feet installed. So on top of the 2-foot berm, we're getting essentially an 11-foot buffer in that area. And then you can see on the bottom image as well, where the brighter trees are, those are the wrapped plants in the berm that's coming around. So you can't see behind what's going along West Shore Road.
And that's the existing road that we're utilizing.
That's correct. That's the actual access point to the project sites. We utilize these sites. And then the next sheet is the view coming the other way, so coming from the water, going southbound along West Shore Road. This is again that entranceway that's currently there. You can see the image on the top where it's a mixture of different vegetation. You can see some birches, some cherries. There's a couple of cedars that are in there. And then the bottom image is wrapping that plantings around the corner where we're going to be.
But that's a good example of what I was saying about the vegetation. It's thick trees that are a couple of inches in diameter, not what anyone's going to call forest. So in the areas of the parking lot where it's going, those will be taken down. So when you have 10-foot wide by the road, why rely just on the new plantings to grow to height when we can leave those, put the berm behind it, and have much more immediate satisfaction? Certainly, the first 8 months, great satisfaction. But even with that thins out, you don't get to the opaque screening until you look through thick trees without leaves, at least 10 or 15 feet wide. So that was the double image.
And although they're small trees, it's going to get very densely packed in there. So there's a new birch tree every 7 or 8 inches almost.
And in all areas that we don't have proposed landscaping, we have the natural vegetation that is at the least this thick 15 to 20 foot high, couple inch stuff. And all that keeps a 30-foot no cut inside the 50 foot from the fence. Again, my proposal is that the 20-foot cut is at the fence, then the 30-foot no cut. So we have the 50 feet. Now it's 250 feet from West Shore Road in most of these areas. But again, there's ability to develop the farm, and if I clear a field and plant Christmas trees, I don't want to be in trouble with this board for saying, hey, that was 250 away and we didn't make any provisions for it. So I am landscaping that or providing vegetation for that, like it was up against the road, even though it's 200 feet into the, 250 feet into the woods, by saying 200 feet into the woods begins my 30-foot no-cut zone, then my 20-foot, that might only be 10 foot, but I want to be able to ride around the outsides. I don't necessarily need to do a pickup truck, but certainly with a horse and a floater. So I think that crushes what the ordinance requires. So the only, we've already said that all the plantings are going to be native species, and they're all not only approved by design review, but included in the spec sheets. Is that right?
That's right, yes. In a couple of areas where there's the access way in there, they're what we call naturalized species. They're not necessarily native to Rhode Island, but they are white cedars.
You're not supposed to be invasive species.
There's no invasive species.
There's invasive.
There's invasive now.
There's bittersweet and briars.
You could throw it out.
No lighting there.
No.
And I'm just gonna have you talk about it because nobody else has no signage proposed either, except for the emergency signs required under our ordinance and state permits. There has to be signs for emergency contacts. There has to be signs to call the fire department and the emergency shut-off identifications, correct? I think we have some of the operating standards is the next page, and we're on the last page. The applicant shall submit documentation for access control of the project. We've shown you where it is. All is going to be there in your operation and maintenance plan, and the emergency access for the fire department. I think we've already tested to. The stormwater and erosion, we took a little bit out, but again, it says that all systems are subject to the soil erosion and sediment control ordinance, as well as the stormwater control provisions of the subdivision reg. That's your 100-year storm, which we met, and that's your realty's permit, which you're going to hopefully grant us permission subject to. Pesticide and herbicide use as part of the maintenance plan, but obviously this is designed to be low-growing grass, designed not to have pesticides and herbicides, and if so, only those approved and prepared by licensed installers should be used. So, other than that, the ordinance goes on to refer a farm, preserve the farm areas. Obviously, I preserve 100% of the farm areas. I'm not a good farmer, but I can't plant corn and cement. I think that covers everything. The next section is abandonment. And just for you guys, I think Seth already mentioned it. If it stops running for a year, it's considered. The only reason that's there, if it stops running, it isn't going to go a year because nobody paid a lease payment and the landlord would probably to do things. But if it's abandoned a year, they have a bond, which is an insurance company that says, I'm going to put up the money and take this out. And that language is in, so that if there's a certification that it hasn't run for a year, a landowner, a neighbor, or the town can call that bond and say, I'm hiring people to do it, pay the bill. There has to be a definition. We don't want the owner to be able to say, oh, I'm coming back in 3 years. So that's what the purpose of that is. Not done by me, not done by Mike, that's all from the state model ordinance. And surety we talked about. So the surety, you have that, you have the amount in your ordinance and the 10%. There's discussions with him and I about setting the bond amount. There's allocation from that bond for. They anticipate that they would sell off stuff. I'm negotiating those numbers. So they're basically saying if it costs $100 grand to take it down, but I've got 40 grand worth of stuff I can sell, I just only have a bond for 60 grand.
Except for
25 years from now, these things could be worth $1.6 million. These things could be worth $5. So that is standard in the industry to do it. There are some obnoxious landowners that have a difference of opinion on that. That's been discussed with them. So the bond is higher. it is a bond based on 110% of the cost of removal. With a small allocation for things that obviously can be, I think metal is always going to be salvageable. We may find somebody that's overheads with cost of it, other than the labor all.
I just quickly, if that comes from a third party, we hire a consultant who does that to establish the battery. So it's not done by us.
Yeah, it's just that, I just want to be honest, that I think that's an issue if it comes up, and it was an issue with me, and that's why that number is going to be low. So with that, I think that goes to the ordinance. I think, thank you for listening. I have painfully watched every one of the projects. I actually wanted to go up and jump first to go, this is everything I think the ordinance says and everything I think you should be able to see and do. But it's first come, first served, and I wasn't first.
Okay. Thank you for being so thorough.
Thank you.
So I guess. Yeah, well, okay, double check meeting if anybody was online, because nobody else had. There is nobody else that wants to come up, right? Nobody online, Mike?
There are two. If anyone wants to give public comment on the Zoom app, please use the raise hand function. Close public comment.
Yeah, okay, we're closing public comment. And I guess now, someone's gonna have to make a motion to give the preliminary.
I'll make a motion for a preliminary plan application approval for the development of large scale solar project. That's subject to the RIPD's DEM RIPD's permit and subject to that additional backside gate, the south side. Allowing for that variance that you discussed with the above ground cable trays, I think between the inverters or the cement pads. And I would say entering the Portsmouth Fire Department design review board letters into the record.
Second. I'll second that. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Guess the next.
Or in favor.
Yeah,
one
one
abstain.
abstain. All set?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you and your teams. Iterate that. Some of the detail you provided relative to the ordinance is great. So it's kind of reiterating.
Well, and I know that talk to you like you don't know it.
No, but in light of how sensitive this has been, it's worth rehashing some of that. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate you allowing me.
Okay, let's go to the number now.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So, motion to approve December 8th complete project status report. Administrative subdivision comp plan report.
That's what he said.
Let's get out of here.